What's up, guys? How you doing? Are you guys ready for a unbelievable night of fights? We have UFC, we have Canelo. We have so much going on tonight. We have some great fights going on tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. Who do I have? We have UFC and we also have Canelo. Canelo's easily going to win, in my opinion. I think Canelo's going to win within 7 rounds. I like John Ryder. John Ryder is a workhorse. He's a very, solid boxer. But Canelo's just totally different level. Totally different level than John Ryder. And I appreciate John Ryder as a fighter. Dude, you beat Callum Smith, in my opinion. I think you won. But you're fighting Canelo. And Canelo's just too good, too skilled. Yeah, dude, body shots from Canelo are just vicious. Absolutely vicious, man. And like I said, I appreciate the fact that John Ryder's a good fighter. He wants to get in there with the best. That's something that we don't see from most fighters. We don't see that level of willing to get in there. Caleb, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. We don't see that level of commitment. I want to be in the, ring with the best, but what time's the fight? I would say about 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for Canelo. So, I appreciate John Ryder, but I don't think he has the skills to beat someone of Canelo's caliber, man. He just doesn't have it. Yet again, I appreciate the guy, but it's a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask, man, to think that you can go in there and beat someone like a Canelo. Now, that said, Canelo didn't look great in his last fight. He didn't look super great, but, he was going against a guy that was substantially larger, and he was going up to a weight class that he kind of has no business being in. That might be a little bit harsh to say, but it's true. I don't think Canelo should be at light heavyweight. I don't think that's for him. I think that light heavyweight is maybe just a little bit too much for Canelo. There's some serious killers at light heavyweight. And so, I love Canelo. I think he's a great fighter, but dude, Bivol put on a great performance, man. I agree. Caleb, I 100% agree. I think this should be an easy win for Canelo, which he kind of needs. He needs that confidence booster. Look, we all know that boxing's physically taxing, but the mental side of it, you have to think of the mental side of going in there, getting beat down by someone like Bivol. Canelo needs an easy win. He needs that mental side of feeling confident, feeling like he can take on anyone. I get it. This is not a terrible fight. Like I said, I think that John Ryder, I respect John Ryder quite a bit. So I'm not too mad at this fight. For Canelo's career, for where he is, I think that John Ryder's a pretty solid guy. What's going on, Shrek? So, I think Canelo's, the fact he's doing it in Mexico also in front of his home crowd, and he said that if he loses, he's going to retire. I was like, dude, that's 100% what I think you should say. You should retire if you cannot beat John Ryder. If you're Canelo. He wants that Bivol rematch real bad, Caleb. He wants it real bad. And I'm kind of I don't know, man. Look, this is the deal with Bivol. In my opinion, when Bivol's at his best, he's really hard to beat as a light heavyweight. Beterbiev or Beterbiev, however you want to pronounce it, I think is better. I think he could beat him. He has more natural power. And if he wasn't in his mid-30s, I would say he would dominate that weight class. But Bivol, I think, is a very solid light heavyweight. Oh, Caesar, never. But, you know, it's like one of those things, like, Canelo's not meant for light heavyweight. He's just not that big. So when Bivol's at his best, I don't know if Canelo can beat him. But when Bivol's average, which he's been in like the Richards fight, he's been in, you know, several fights we've seen Bivol just not be that sharp. Canelo beats him in those fights. Canelo beats that version of him. But the question is, can Bivol be super sharp every fight? Is he going to be sharp against Canelo when he fights him again? Probably. He takes a long time off. You notice how Bivol's not super active. There's a reason behind that. Think better Benavidez and Canelo should fight? I do for two reasons. Number one, Benavidez is a good fighter. And I was a little bit doubtful in terms of Benavidez' prowess. Some Benavidez fans really believe in who he is, his power, everything. I was a little bit skeptical. Because his resume doesn't really show me a ton of like crazy killers on his resume. That said, what he did against Plant was impressive. He really came out to make a statement. Couple things that Benavidez did with that Plant fight. Number one, he showed up in great shape. Fantastic shape by Benavidez, which has been an issue for him in the past. We have seen a version of Benavidez where he can't make weight or he didn't make weight properly. He made weight easily. I saw photos of Benavidez a month before the fight. He looked in the best shape I've ever seen him in. Phenomenal shape from Benavidez, which was like, dude, this guy is taking this very serious. Very serious. And then on top of it, the way he went about that Plant fight, Plant's a very slick fighter. I think sometimes people look at Plant and they look at what he did against Canelo or Benavidez and they like discount how good and talented Plant is. Plant is a extremely talented boxer, and Benavidez just took over that fight. He completely took over that fight. The power and the unbelievable relentless pressure from Benavidez. Smart pressure. There's a difference between just like pressure for pressure's sake and smart pressure. The pressure that Benavidez put on Plant was super smart pressure. Very well done, very well educated in terms of what he was doing. I mean, he just completely took over, and you could see Plant get hit with shots, and you could tell he was not having it, man. Yeah. GT, what's going on? Blackout, what's going on? How's everyone doing tonight? So, you know, I think Benavidez would be a great fight for Canelo. The second reason I think that Benavidez and Canelo should fight is purely based on the fact of, look, man, this is a guy you have to fight. You have to fight him. You have to fight him. You can't ignore him anymore. When Benavidez had a belt and he lost it, I got it. You don't want to fight a guy that doesn't have a belt. You can kind of ignore him. I get it. I get it a little bit more. You know, he lost his belt for stupid reasons, but he lost his belt. I get it. You can ignore him. You can't ignore Benavidez nowadays. You can't ignore what you're seeing from this guy. This guy is coming at you, and he's coming for your throat. He wants to take all of the belts away from you. You have to fight him. There's financial incentive to fight Benavidez now. Yes, he doesn't have a belt, but the financial incentive behind fighting Benavidez is there. You could make an argument. You could make an argument beforehand. Hey, there's no financial benefit to fighting Benavidez beforehand, because he doesn't have a belt. You could say, oh, his fan base isn't super loyal. He doesn't have this big backing behind him. Now, you cannot say that about Benavidez. He's absolutely has a huge fan base. I've seen it in my own chat during live streams during Benavidez fights. This guy has a massive fan base, a very real fan base. And for Canelo to just completely ignore him or to just like dismiss that, I'm going to say it, maybe it's a hot take, but I think Benavidez has a more ravish, like very real fan base. I think that Benavidez has a much more robust fan base than Bivol. I think that Benavidez fan base is way more active, way more exciting, way more like into Benavidez and what he can do than Bivol fan base. So to me, if you're looking at money and just like selling pay-per-views, the pay-per-view for a Canelo versus Benavidez fight is bigger, in my opinion, than Canelo versus Bivol 2. Where you went into a fight and you just got embarrassed compared to the fight that everyone wants to see. Everyone wants to see Benavidez versus Bivol, man. Benavidez versus Canelo. Everyone wants to see that fight. So, in my opinion, there's no reason to duck him. There's no reason to duck Benavidez anymore. There's no excuses that you shouldn't fight Benavidez. You 100%, if you're Canelo, should be looking at Benavidez as your next fight right after this. And now put that in perspective to do that in September, right around that Mexican holiday that Canelo likes to fight in for September, and you do it in Mexico, or you do it in like Texas, or you do it in like California, Southern California, and now you have Benavidez fans, which are largely Hispanic, and then you have Canelo fans, which are largely Hispanic, and you put it on a significant holiday that is very significant to Mexican individuals. Dude, fireworks. Absolute fireworks. There's no question he should do that. No question. Compared to doing that exact same situation with Bivol. Let's put it like Benavidez on a huge Mexican holiday in September, or Bivol version, like which version are you going to pick? Benavidez versus Bivol. I mean, if you're going to sell pay-per-views, it's Benavidez all day. Like it doesn't make financial sense anymore, man, to like ignore Benavidez. You know? So, in my opinion, you gotta go after it. You gotta go after it. So Benavidez, who does promote him? That's a good question. I thought I knew it, but I don't off the top of my head. He's signed with Samson Boxing originally. Who's he signed with now? That's a good question. Benavidez versus Plant, I think did very well. I mean, that was a PBC card. I think Benavidez is PBC. I want to say that, but I don't know for 100%. Let's check. I don't always love the idea of having to compare all fights to pay-per-view numbers, but it is relevant in these days and age, so. Let's see if I can get some numbers on what that fight did. See a lot of people talking about it, but not a lot of actual numbers. I know for Tank in particular, yeah, they wanted to get that out there that him and Garcia did huge numbers, which I understand. They want to elevate Tank to be a superstar for good reason, man. The kid's special. I do not see numbers for Plant versus Benavidez. So I don't know if there are numbers for that fight, but I will say that I think it was a pretty decent fight in terms of pay-per-view numbers. If I had to guess, I'd put it in the 200K range, which is not amazing, but is not bad, considering that's probably what Crawford does most times. How well does Benavidez, let's see, Tank has fought like no one. Tank has done, I would say this. Tank has not fought top level talent. I will agree with you, JT, on that. Absolutely. Tank has, the Barrios fight, it was a risky fight to do at 140, but it's not for a major belt. And Barrios was not known to be a serious puncher. That was tailor-made for Tank. I will absolutely agree with you on that point. His resume is not super strong. I would say the I was super critical of Tank on this. The Gambosa's fight, a fight where Tank should have just dominated and knocked out Gambosa's easily. He only threw like 400 punches in that fight, which is heavyweight status in terms of punch output, and is super, super weak. Super weak for someone at that weight class. That said, I will say Tank has gotten better, and he is very exciting to watch. The Garcia win was very solid. Very solid win. Gamboa? What did George Gamboa? Yeah, Gambosa's. Sorry. Yes. Dude, Tall Kid, I have been editing for like 40 hours. 40 hours on like Loma and Haney. So yeah, George Kambosos has been, I've literally talked about George Kambosos and Devin Haney for like 20 hours straight this week. And then Showtime actually fucking copyright struck my fucking video, and I showed like 5 seconds of Ryan and Tank, because I literally talked about like the benefits of having an amazing fight where you have something at stake with two very elevated fighters with Ryan and Tank. I brought it up for 5 seconds, and Showtime actually fucking copyright struck my fucking video, which I was so mad about, because YouTube has a thing where they do an auto like check to make sure that you don't have copyright material. And so they actually check your video beforehand. And I got the absolute A-okay, you're good, there's no problems, there's no copyright material that we're worried about, go ahead and post it. I post it, it got manually copyright struck by Showtime. So someone manually struck my video. I was so mad about that, dude. I was so mad because I'm like, oh my God, dude, I worked crazy hours on that new video, and then it got copyright struck for just the dumbest 5-second video part of the video. And by the way, that does not even impact the video at all, to the point where I can't even like cut that part out. I can't even cut that 10 seconds out right now because I have to wait 48 hours before I can even edit the video so that it can be live again. I was so mad. Like, it's one thing, I get it, like copyright striking content, I understand it to a certain extent, but if I can't manually like edit that part out because it would not affect the video, like you wouldn't even know it's there, that part I was like, oh my God. And it kills my video, which sucks because I have not done, as you guys know, I haven't done videos for YouTube, like hardcore videos for YouTube in a while. for a reason. And that's part of it. If we don't get Bud versus Spence in the next 2 months, they both should retire. Look, Crawford, I think, is an amazing talent. I think Spence is a super fun guy to watch. I think they're both pound for pound talent. But I have to agree with you, JT, in the sense like, if they don't get this shit done this year, I'm done with it. Like, I'm so over the idea of Bud and Spence fighting. Because now we're going to get into that territory where it's like, it should have happened, it never happened. And when you lose that excitement, you lose that kind of fun element of like, dude, let's watch the best fight the best. And it's not that anymore. Like, you're literally hamstringing your career. These guys should have fought already. I'll give you an example. So we have Joshua versus Wilder, right? That's being talked about for December. I'm all about that fight. I think there's still relevance there. I think it's still going to be fun. Is it going to be the same as when they both had belts? No. It's not. Let's just be honest. It's not the same thing as when AJ and Wilder had belts. Is it still going to be super fun to watch AJ versus Wilder? 100%. Because they have that heavyweight factor. You don't have that heavyweight factor with Crawford versus Spence. You don't have one punch KO power going on with either one of them. It's like, would I watch Spence versus Crawford? Absolutely, but that's because I'm absolutely addicted to watching combat sports, man. Like, I'm addicted to watching this stuff. I love both guys. I've watched their careers for years. Of course I'm going to watch it. Am I going to be happy about it? No. I'm not going to be as happy as I would be if they actually did it at the right time. When both guys constantly talk about that they want this fight to happen, that it should happen, that they're going to make it happen over and over and over again, and it doesn't happen. And then Crawford, especially Crawford, I'm going to put a little bit on Crawford in this sense, where he says his management with Bob Arum is not making that happen, and he blames him for not getting certain fights. Okay, cool. I get it, man. You're suing him for $10 million. I get it. You're not happy with him, and you shouldn't be happy with him, you know? Bean, what's going on? I get it. You can absolutely say that happened. I get it. That's fine. But when you're Crawford and no longer under Bob Arum anymore, you're no longer under that individual in promotion, and you can't get the deal done with Spence. Now I'm wondering if it's you, man. Now I have to wonder if it's not Bob Arum, it's actually you. Because Spence hasn't changed at all. His promotion has stayed the same. So you changed promotion because you were pissed and you tried to sue Bob Arum for $10 million due to the fact that you feel like you lost out on revenue. Okay, cool, man. I get it. He didn't give you the deals you wanted. You didn't get the fights you wanted. But now you're free and you're your own boss. Granted, you went to a new promotion that who knows how that's going to be. But regardless, you went to a new promotion, you were free from Bob Arum, and you still can't get the deal done. Who's the problem? Who's the problem in this situation, right? Like, beforehand, I could be like, okay, I get it. Bob's the problem. Bob's older than dirt. Bob is older than dirt, man. I get it. Maybe he's the problem. He doesn't want to give up his cash cow. He doesn't want someone like, you know, Crawford losing to Spence. He doesn't want to be the B-side for it. I get it. Okay, cool. But now you're free of Bob, and you still can't make the deal. So I have to ask, who's the problem? Who's not getting the deal done? It kind of seems like Crawford can't get the deal done, regardless of his representation. And that's a problem. That's a problem. Do we want to talk about Wilder, by the way, getting arrested in LA? Wilder getting arrested in LA. He has weed and a gun on him. Now, Wilder getting arrested with weed and a gun. There's a few things to unpack here. Number one, Wilder, I know, is a strong believer in the Second Amendment and very much a fan of firearms. I am, as you guys know, totally cool with that. Totally cool with that. It's way cheaper than getting private security. Totally fine with the idea that you want to protect yourself, especially being someone that's in the public space in the kind of career that you are in. People probably come up to fighters all the time and are like, I want to fight you. Let's see how strong you are, whatever. I get it. You're not comfortable with someone randomly coming up to you and possibly being a threat. You don't know if they're a fan, you don't know if they want a signature, or if they're gonna literally try to harm you. Totally understand that, especially if it came to him being with his wife or kids, even more so. Totally get it. That said, you are in the worst state possible, other than maybe New York. New York, it's even worse. New York, if you don't have a gun permit for a handgun and you're traveling with it or whatever, it's even worse. It's a felony. Attach, what's going on, man? So the fact that Wilder got caught with weed and a gun in California, not good. Not good. If he was in New York, he would be in some real shit, because he would be a felon and he could not have any firearms whatsoever going forward, which would really suck for him because he has like gold-plated Desert Eagle guns and shit like that. So he would have to sell his gun collection completely. So, Leon, what's going on, dude? So it's like, you know, the weed and gun charge, I don't know how that's gonna go. He talked about it briefly. He gave a statement basically being like, if you were me, you would do the same thing, kind of thing. I get it. But, you mean Tank Davis? Tank Davis got 20 months house arrest, or 20 months. He got a charge for a 2020 hit and run. Crawford versus Spencer, overrated. Anyways, Canelo winning tonight. Well, Daddy, I have to say, man, I think that you're pretty spot on with Canelo winning for sure. Spence and Crawford, I think is a great fight, but it's not what it should be. Let's go Oilers. Holy crap, I haven't heard the Oilers in so long. What's going on, Daddy? How you guys doing? So Tank Davis got 90 days home detention for his hit and run in 2020. If you don't remember what's going on with Gervonta Davis, Tank Davis with that, when's the fight? The fight's going to be around 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And thanks for the follow, UK. So Tank Davis got in a huge accident, and he's very lucky. Rob, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. He's very lucky that this is the outcome of that accident, because in 2020 Tank Davis got drunk on his birthday in Baltimore in a Lamborghini SUV. He hit someone, then he left the scene, which, as you guys know, a hit and run is a felony. Add into the fact that you're intoxicated and you're even more so in that situation. So, you know, Tank Davis is very lucky right now. Very lucky. So, Tank is a very lucky guy. I don't know the difference between home detention and house arrest. It sounds basically the same. Maybe house detention, you don't actually have a bracelet on your, you know, ankle in comparison, but it seems very similar to like house arrest. Basically, Tank Davis can't go anywhere. You know? So Tank gonna be dancing his boxers on IG live again? Living like Pablo Escobar. Dude, Tank Davis, man, he just elevated himself to a totally different level. Tank just really elevated himself to a serious level, though. Beating Ryan Garcia was a huge win for Tank for so many reasons. Because this lightweight division is absolutely on fire. On fire right now. And the fact he beat Ryan Garcia the way he did. Now, granted, there's the whole like mole inside of it, you know, like, did that happen? Yeah, it seems like Ryan Garcia has an issue with sparring partners, possibly. That said, if you got a rib injury from sparring and you didn't take care of that, and, you know, Tank Davis was able to find out that going to the body on you is a problem, that kind of sounds like not only bad preparation, but dude, everybody knows everyone in boxing. It's not like it's that much of a mystery that, hey, you get hit. Tank Garcia fight was like Floyd De La Hoya fight. Not championship wise, but in terms of like a big pay-per-view and yeah, becoming a draw. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that look, every time I watch Tank Davis continuously elevate himself and put himself in situations where he has to win. He has to win. The Barrios fight in particular. I'm thinking of that fight because, dude, he was gonna lose that fight. He was gonna lose that fight. And to the point where Floyd Mayweather's coming over to your corner in the middle of rounds and is talking to you, you know that's how serious it was. You're gonna lose that fight. And Floyd's scared shitless that you're gonna lose, man. And yet again, Tank finds a way to win, man. Huge win. What happened to DAZN? They no longer offer free prelims. Yeah. Berserk, I know. So what happened was this, greed. They're not making enough money, plain and simple. They used to have no pay-per-views for any of their fights. DAZN used to be the go-to platform. When I first bought DAZN, it was $100 for the entire year, no pay-per-view. Amazing, amazing deal. Amazing deal. Then they got greedy. And then they were like, hey, we gotta make some money. So, Eddie Hearn, man. Yeah, investors started wanting a return on, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Dude, low fat, absolutely, man. Usyk AJ won. I paid $150. Damn. For the year. That's still a good deal. That's still a, yeah, like you said, that's a great deal. $150 for the entire year. That's $100. Like, I would 100% pay that. Tank too small for 140. Best, yeah, I agree. For 140 is very scary for a guy like Tank, because Tank is very talented. Even 135 pounds, there's issues with Tank, possibly. Shakur Stevenson and namely fucking Devin Haney. Both guys are slick as hell, super smart, incredible in the ring in terms of movement and changing things up, going through the gears, changing game plans in the middle of rounds rather than having to go back to the corner and be told what to do. Both are extremely skilled boxers. So for Tank, either one of those guys could be a possible problem. Because you got to remember, Tank's the same size as like Lomachenko. He's like 5'6". Tank is going to have a huge problem, especially with Devin Haney. Devin Haney has a 6-inch reach advantage over Lomachenko. So he's going to have probably at least 5 over Tank. 5 inches of reach in comparison to Devin Haney is a massive problem. Yeah, Tank's 5'5". I remember he said he was 5'5". They posted that on, I think, Twitter. Showtime did. And he said he's 5'6". He got mad. You're in Canada, so no, dude. It was about $100 when DAZN first came out. Then they changed it to like 110, which wasn't too bad. I mean, $140 Canadian. That's even cheaper than it was here in the US. If I'm doing the math right. I'm from Maine, so I'm very used to Canadian compared to conversion to US, so I got you there. We get caught up on power. Haney is skilled like Floyd. It's called boxing, not brawling. The big thing is, Haney got very, guys, I wish my video was live on YouTube right now for my video against, when it comes to Haney versus Lomachenko. I wish I could show you guys this video because I literally talk about this. Haney got a reality check, and that reality check was by the name of Jorge Linares. Oh, it's live. You can actually see it right now. It got reinstated. Awesome. The reality check for Haney was Jorge Linares. And that was because Haney was boxing absolutely perfect, beautifully, super well. And what he tried to do, he tried to get the knockout. He tried to get cute. And you can't do that against fighters that have quick hands or that have power. And so what ended up happening? 11th round, Linares tags him very well because he didn't fight his fight anymore. He changed his game plan from I'm winning on the front foot and jabbing to I'm going to try to get in close. And he should have never done that. Like easy win for Haney if he didn't do that. You don't think he'd struggle too much with Haney? I could see him pressuring him and catching him. The big thing with that low fat, to your point, is, and I have to give Tank always the benefit of the doubt for this one reason. He's a one punch deal with Tank. He's a I hit you once, you go to sleep kind of fighter. And that is not something we have in the lightweight division other than Tank. Tank is the only individual in the entire lightweight division that can touch you and put you to sleep with one punch. One punch power is super, super rare at that weight class. And Tank Davis is the only one that has it. Only one that has it. Like true one punch power. Tank Davis has that. So it's one of those situations like Tank Davis, let's kind of like role play this out, right? Tank Davis puts a lot of pressure on Haney. Haney makes changes. Haney's going to try to do something different and try to like make adjustments. So he's making adjustments based off what Tank's doing. He makes a silly mistake, right? He goes, example being going straight back for defense. Rather than going laterally, he goes straight back. We saw that with Ryan Garcia with Campbell. He did exactly that, going straight back. You shouldn't do that. He goes straight back, and Tank catches him. That could be it. That could be literally you make one mistake against Tank, and he puts you to sleep, dude. Do you see a rematch with Tank versus Pitbull? Probably not. The reason I say that is Isaac Cruz doesn't bring anything to the table for a Tank fight. At this point, I see Isaac Cruz versus Ryan Garcia being a great fight. I see that possibility. I don't think Tank would look at the risk to reward with Isaac Cruz and be like, yeah, I want to do that. Isaac Cruz is like a really, really interesting fighter. He's a high pressure guy. He does a lot of volume. Tank said he broke his hand in that fight. How much you believe that or you don't, it doesn't really matter. The fact is, he's difficult. He smothers the work that you do. And he also smothers his own work, to be honest with you. That's the one downside with him. So, you know, if I was guiding Tank, I'd be like, there's other fights where you can make more money. You know, like, why risk it against a guy that's going to just be, it's going to be a hard fight regardless. Doesn't matter how well you box. Isaac Cruz is a tough fight. He's a tough as nails kind of guy. He has no quit in him. He throws insane amounts of just punches at you. If you're going to have to deal with it, like, you might as well get something out of it, right? Like, he's just not the guy that I would want to do that with. Did you see that the absolute cheapest tickets for Paul versus Diaz, $500-600? Ooh. So that's very similar ticket sales that Wilder versus Fury 3, I think was. Very similar ticket sales in terms of price. I actually looked at going to Wilder versus Fury 3. Right when it came out, right when it like got live, you could buy tickets for it. I tried to get tickets for Fury versus Wilder 3. Similar price point. For nosebleed section, it was $500. That will come down. That will come down the closer it gets to the actual fight. That said, for a guy like Jake Paul and Diaz, that's a very, very solid showing in terms of ticket price. That's like I said, that is Fury Wilder price range, to give you a sense, and your Jake Paul and your Nate Diaz. You know what I mean? Like, that's actually kind of impressive. Like, they should be pretty happy with that kind of level of interest, I should say. So that's pretty solid. Pretty solid on their part. So, I mean, I would be very happy if I was the guy that was doing promotion for that. So, yeah. I mean, like I said, you're dealing with Nate Diaz, who's not the easiest guy to deal with. By the way, guys, I'm going to just quickly throw a link to my latest video. If you want to see Haney versus Loma prediction, there you go. That's my latest video. I'm super, super proud of that video. Worked really hard on it. And I think you guys will enjoy that stuff. And predict at least 1.5 million buys. That's a crazy good number. If they do that, that is a very respectable number. Like, 1.5 million is up there. You're starting to get closer to almost Mayweather versus Conor McGregor levels. I think theirs was like 2.5, but regardless, you're starting to get up there in like elite level. Diaz is a fun guy, man. He sells fights because of his personality, and I've never seen someone that, other than maybe Street Jesus, Jorge Masvidal is the only other guy I feel like has the personality where people are like ride or die, guaranteed. Like, doesn't matter if you win or lose, I'm gonna watch the fight kind of guys. Diaz is like, Nate Diaz is that guy. He's absolutely that guy. Which is impressive. There's very few people in the UFC that have that kind of ride or die kind of mentality. There's very few people, I should say, in combat sports that have that ride or die mentality when it comes to their fan base. Very few. He recently retired from MMA, so I hope he boxes Jake. Look, I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think Jorge Masvidal needs to take any more brain damage personally. I have a personal respect for Jorge Masvidal because I remember him from Kimbo Slice days. I remember him from back in the day when there were like actual street fight videos and he was on them. So to go from that to being a professional fighter, like, come on. That's pretty amazing. You went from literally street fighting in the backyard to now being a champion and fighting champions in the UFC. That's pretty awesome, dude. He's a pretty funny guy. I like his personality a lot personally, but yeah, all these guys, if they retire from boxing or they retire from UFC, I'm like, you guys just don't need to take punishment. I hope you stay retired because you're not going to do anything more. You're not going to like win a belt. You're never going to be champion again. If you're going to do it, you better make a ton of money. My guy Kobe literally violated that man. Dude, Kobe Covington. Another guy. I don't know what's going on with Kobe. I don't know like why he hasn't fought in a little bit. It's been a while. I can't stream the actual fight. I will get banned, as always.
Enforce based on how likely it is to blow up. It's why boxing stuff is extremely DMCA. It is the most insanely enforced DMCA out there. It's like boxing or UFC. It's instant takedown because they will take action in real time.
So I would love to give you guys actual access to stuff like that. I can give you guys links occasionally, but I can't actually put it on stream. I use that clip a lot because XQC does it so well. Like, I've explained it on stream a couple times, but XQC does a really good job of like breaking it down. And he does it in a very precise way. And so when I saw that clip, I'm like, that's perfect. I need to use that. It's tough because a lot of people do want to see fights. I get it. I understand the idea, like, not everyone can afford to watch every single fight and pay all these kind of crazy amounts for pay-per-view. Totally get it. Like I said, I'm more than happy to like give you a link or something like that, but I can't actually put it on because then I'll get screwed. As you guys may or may not know, we watched a funny video of someone doing an impression of Bruce Buffer, and I got my stream actually banned on Twitch. So I couldn't stream for like a week, and it wasn't even the UFC. But, you know, the audio literally triggered their copyright claim, and yeah, so. Which sucked because I was doing a 12-hour stream. I was doing a 12-hour stream and I was 9 hours in. So I had to stream purely on just purely YouTube. Katie Taylor's coming back. They're talking about that right now for DAZN. Honestly, if Katie Taylor's not fighting, you know, Amanda Serrano, I'm not super interested. Top 5 draws in modern boxing. Number 5, Tank. Number 4, Jake Paul. Number 3 is AJ. Number 2 is Fury. Number 1 is Canelo. Think about that for a second. Ryan Garcia might be in there. I don't know numbers to like verify that though. And now after the Tank fight, probably is gonna reduce his actual. I think even De La Hoya literally said he's not pay-per-view quality anymore. Before the Tank fight, I would say Ryan Garcia is in there. Afterwards, probably not. It depends if you're talking about like, okay, so pay-per-view, 5 draws. I mean, the UK fighters get some serious watch time. That said, you have AJ and Fury in there, so you're probably pretty spot on. I can tell you personally. So here's the thing, Tall Kid. I have actual numbers from my streams and people popping in, and I can tell you what my streams have shown in terms of like people showing up, people being interested in fights. And this is just my general take from that. Number one, the number one amount of people I've ever seen stop by my stream in a single night, by far, and it's not even close. It's not even close, and it's no one's even been in the same realm. It was Jake Paul. Jake Paul, I had over 30,000 people stop by my stream on Twitch in one night. 6-hour stream, 30,000 people for Jake Paul. I was live on YouTube at that time. And for whatever reason, my stream popped up on the sidebar because I guess Jake did something, like he did a live video or something like that. It was like a pre-fight kind of thing. And my video was on there. I had 700 people live on YouTube pop into my stream instantaneously, basically, which I've never even had anything even close to that on YouTube. People were upset. They really wanted the fight. So Jake Paul has been number one for me in that sense. The Tank Davis fight, we had 15,000 to give you a sense. That's probably the next one in order to give you a rough idea. Now that, like I said, that is not pay-per-view buys. That's my general take. It could be that Jake Paul fans are way more tech savvy. That's why they want to go on Twitch and YouTube and everything else compared to pay-per-view buys. So it could be that effect as well, because the kids that are fan, or the people that are a fan of Jake Paul, are way more tech savvy. So it's kind of subjective. Haney or Loma. Okay. So Caleb, like I said, I did a whole video on this. I will give you my short kind of take on it. I do recommend that you check out my video on it though. So I would love Lomachenko to win. I'm a Loma fan. I think that he does amazing work. I love his style. I'll post the video real quick in chat. Let me get it right here. Okay, so that's my full breakdown of Haney versus Lomachenko. If you want like the in-depth, everything else. So this is my general take with Loma versus Haney. I think, could Lomachenko win that fight? Absolutely. If Lomachenko is the classic version of Lomachenko, he can win. If he starts fast, he can win. If he can confuse Haney and make him have to make adjustments early, he can win. The problem is Devin Haney is extremely talented and has one of the best jabs in all of boxing right now. And Lomachenko, after the Ortiz fight, did not look super impressive. I just watched a video of Loma in training. He seems solid, but there's 3 factors with Lomachenko in every single one of his fights, and he needs all 3 of them to be effective. Number 1 is his ring IQ. Super smart, incredible operator. That's not going to change. Number 2 is his speed when it comes to his hands. Very fast hands. Not the Ryan Garcia I have fast hands, but very quick with his punches, especially when he does combinations. Very solid. Number 3, in the most critical element of Lomachenko's boxing game, is his footwork. And that is the one thing that he did not have in that Ortiz fight. And when he doesn't have that footwork that's super impressive, he's very mortal, because he shouldn't be at 135 pounds based off his size. He should be at 130. He should be at 126. He shouldn't be at 135 pounds. So you pick Devin Haney, who technically, if you go by BoxRec, is 1 inch taller. But when Lomachenko and him were standing side by side, Loma literally said to him, "You look like a heavyweight to me." And he looks so much bigger than Lomachenko. It's not about power, it's about physical dominance. I don't think that Loma, at his current age, where he's in his mid-30s, has a lot of fights left in him where he can look special. He looked great after the Yoshi Nakatani fight. He looked amazing in that fight. He beat the living crap out of Comey. He battered him for 12 rounds. That said, Devin Haney is hitting his peak at 24 years old. This kid is right at that sweet spot where he has enough experience that he knows what he's doing, yet he's still young enough to have all the best attributes. It's your boy. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. We are not streaming it because we will get banned. So, yeah, Devin Haney. Devin Haney's a really, really, really good fighter. It's your boy. Go check your whispers, man. That's the best I can do for you. So, I'm picking Devin Haney to win by decision against Loma, which hurts me as a Lomachenko fan, but being realistic, Devin Haney has been dominant, almost to a point where he just doesn't seem to slow down. He just doesn't seem to have problems with anyone. Jaden, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. And I don't think Loma's going to show him anything that he can't handle. If it was a situation where Haney wanted to fight on the inside a little bit more, I'm not streaming it. I will get banned. That would be a different story. But Haney can fight long. He can fight at that more outside range. So, that's a good question. Will Haney get tested? It could happen. It very well could happen. I think that if Loma tries to download information like he typically does, where he takes like 4 rounds where he's not super into the fight, he's kind of just touching you and trying to test things, that's one thing. I think then Haney takes over because you're going to give up 3-4 rounds to Haney. He's not going to slow down. He's not going to have to get tested. If Loma starts fast, which I think he should, and I mean very fast, right out of the gate, no downloading, you don't need to do that anymore. You have had 400 fights as an amateur. You should get in there and immediately start throwing hard hitting punches and test this kid because he's 24 years old. And my big thing is make him have to make decisions. Make him have to change his game plan. Make him have to do things he doesn't want to do or adjust. Because when young guys that are fighting have to make adjustments, they can make mistakes, right? You're not going to get Devin Haney to submit to you if you simply just allow him to go through the motions and keep to a game plan that he already has. Devin Haney's really good right now at staying at his game plan and making sure that people that come into the ring with him understand what he wants to do. And he does it very well, exceptionally well. He can fight on the front foot, he can fight on the back foot. He has good lateral movement. There's very few flaws in Devin Haney's game. As a fundamental package, he's exceptional. Along with, I would say, Shakur Stevenson's the other guy. Exceptionally good boxers. At their age and for their skill level, it's amazing. You can't have these guys make mistakes by allowing them to keep to their game plan and not pressing them and trying to find little things where they make mistakes. If you allow them to just feel comfortable, they will take over. They will dominate from the first round to the last round. They're too good. They're just too good. And the more comfortable they feel, the more the confidence grows throughout the fight. If I'm a guy like Lomachenko, let's put this in perspective. Lomachenko has nothing to lose. Literally nothing. He doesn't have an O to lose. He already lost his O in his first fight. He doesn't have belts to lose. You have nothing to actually lose if you're Lomachenko going into the Haney fight. You have zero to lose. You have everything to gain and nothing to lose. So why would you download information and give rounds away to Devin Haney? You shouldn't. There's literally no reason to. Who cares if you lose the fight? You go down to 130. Go down to 130. Shakur Stevenson isn't there anymore. Right? Like, literally, there's no major challenge at 130 for you. Or even go down to 126 if you can. But at 135, Devin Haney's king. And you have Shakur Stevenson breathing down your neck. Both guys are super talented. Like, you got to do something. So giving rounds up or like waiting to download stuff, it's just BS. You can't do it anymore. 400 rounds, 400 fights being amateur, you should be able to like instantly go in there and make changes. So I think Devin Haney will get challenged if Loma starts quick. If he tries to download and tries to like then implement those things, Haney's gonna run away with it. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I had to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, and we'll keep talking. This is great. This is great feedback from you guys.
In force based on how likely it is to blow up. It's why boxing stuff is extremely DMCA. It is the most insane.
Sorry. Yeah, I was muted. So far, UFC's been more interesting. Dude, Shakur Stevenson's a phenomenal fighter. The big question I always have with guys like Shakur Stevenson or Devin Haney, right, is what happens when they have to change their game plan. They go in with a game plan, but then they have to change it. Right? Like, you have to make adjustments. And that's where you find out how good they are. I'll give you an example. Terrence Crawford, right? Went into the Kavaliauskas fight heavily favored. Shouldn't be a problem. Kavaliauskas was a very, very problematic fighter for him especially because Terrence was also switch hitting at the time and fighting as a lefty, which I don't know why he did that. But he decided to make that choice. And you saw as the fight went on, Terrence Crawford make adjustments. And like I said, the best fighters don't have to go to the corner to get those adjustments to be done. They literally can just make them from what they're seeing in the round and say, okay, I've been doing this for 2 minutes in this round. I'm going to make this adjustment. And they do it instantly. So Terrence Crawford saw, hey, I'm not as successful as I want to be. Now, I've watched back that fight numerous times, and actually Crawford was doing better than I remembered when I saw the fight the first time. But regardless, Crawford was still having some issues with Kavaliauskas throwing a straight right hand, which is already a southpaw killer that most people talk about. Crawford's not naturally a southpaw. He decided to fight southpaw, but he was getting tagged with a straight right hand. So what did Crawford do? He made huge adjustments and still got the knockout. What was it, fifth or sixth round, I believe? I want to say sixth round. But Crawford knew he had to make adjustments, and he did. And he won that way. Another example was Spence versus Kell Brook. That is a really good fight. If you want to see the best of like Spence and what he can do, go watch the Kell Brook fight, because Kell Brook was tagging the fuck out of fucking Earl Spence. Earl Spence was getting tagged left and right, non-stop. Kell Brook had really quick hands, and you could tell Spence did not want anything to do with that. Props to Kell Brook, because he looked really good in that fight. And then Earl Spence started making adjustments. And when he went through the gears, which I like to use that term a lot. I like cars, so yeah, he went through the gears. You started to see Spence laying it on Kell Brook with body shots and making adjustments, and he took over the fight. Because Kell Brook was countering him. The counter punching from Kell Brook was so impressive. So impressive in the Spence fight. And then Spence took over, man. He made adjustments. Marquez is a good example. Yeah, I agree, Leon. Another good one. So, you know, good fighters. Oh, you love my video, by the way? Thank you, man. I appreciate you taking the time to check it out. I used to do a lot of videos on YouTube all the time. I stopped for a while. Part of that was just burnout. Part of that was just like, I got 2 kids, a wife, a job, you know, I got other stuff I actually have to do. And I was streaming like 4 times a week. So it was a little bit much. But But now I want to get back to, I have new skills when it comes to editing. I want to like provide high quality content for you guys on YouTube as well. So I'm hoping that will be a consistent thing. And instead of making my videos something that pops up a week before the fight, trying to do it like a month before the fight. That's the other part of it. I used to do it like literally like 5 days before a fight, and I'll be like, why am I not getting as many views? Oh, because it's been live literally for 5 days. So I think we're gonna find out a lot about Loma. This fight with Devin Haney is gonna be a very telling fight for Lomachenko going forward. If he looks at all rusty, if he looks like he can't compete, if he looks like that footwork is not there, Lomachenko's, I think, 35, which, I mean, like, I can tell you personally, 35 is... Vasily Lomachenko was born in 88, so he is 35 years old. You're 35 years old, and you're fighting a 24-year-old. Any guy that's in their mid-30s can tell you, man, that's tough. That's rough. Imagine if you surpass 50K views or something crazy like that when you Paul versus Diaz fight. Man, I'll tell you this, tall kid. I have a second channel, which is my hunting channel. I had one video that did really well that got 25. That's at 28,000 views roughly. It does wonders for your channel. That channel has grown super fast compared to this regular boxing one. I also have a TikTok channel that's based on my outdoor channel, and I had one video do 1.4 million views, and I had on my Facebook page for that exact same channel do 2.4 million views on a Facebook reel. It does a lot. It's very overwhelming. It's great, but it's very overwhelming at the same time. I will also tell you this. Views do not immediately mean people are going to be there for you and like loyal to you or like part of your community. If you look at the community we have here on Twitch, the vast majority of them are people that joined us. The main hasn't started. It will be around 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The vast majority of people that have been here, that are part of the community, have been here from like years, if not a while. So like instantaneous kind of stuff is great because it does grow like your community and numbers and all that stuff, but it doesn't actually help you as a person. Because I'd rather have people that are like very much into like hanging out, having a good time, and want to talk about boxing or UFC or like, you know, all that stuff, rather than people that are just here because instant flash in the pan. So no, we're not gonna actually have the fight. We can't do that, you know. So I have a feeling you guys might have noticed that I'm playing ads, which I never did before on Twitch. Part of that is that I never ever signed an affiliate agreement with Twitch, ever. So for the last almost 3 years or so, I've been streaming for free on Twitch, and I met all the requirements for affiliate. I met their requirements like 2 months into streaming. I could have been making money the entire time. I could have been playing ads the entire time. But I was like, no, I just want to enjoy talking about boxing or UFC, and I don't want that kind of like you guys getting ads and all that stuff like that. Problem is, lately, as you guys even see with this stream, we get a lot of people that come in that don't read the agreement for what it is to put comments in. I try to make it super clear. I block words. I literally block words where you can't say the word link in our chat. I literally have it so that when you go to say anything in our chat, it literally brings up a screen and it tells you, don't ask for a link. We're not going to stream the fight. I put fight commentary in the title. I do as much as I possibly can to help people so they understand that we're just here to talk about fights. And I just get unbelievable amounts of people that are, nonstop asking me for links and everything else. So it just got to a point where I was like, okay, I've been doing this for 3 years, man. I'm going to play ads a few times for some pre-roll ads for some people at least. It's just getting to the point. What's your favorite weight class to watch in boxing? Great question. Okay, there's two. Number one, I would be lying. Oh, no, there's three. There's 3 weight classes. Number one, I'd be lying if I didn't say heavyweight. Everyone loves heavyweight. Heavyweight controls boxing and dominates boxing. Obviously, heavyweight is like the number one class because whatever happens at heavyweight basically dictates how boxing goes and the flavor of boxing. I would be lying if I said otherwise. Heavyweight is up there. Number 2 right now, I would say lightweight. Lightweight is probably my favorite weight class right now based on the individuals there. Shakur Stevenson, Tank Davis, Lomachenko, Haney. It's insane what you can do with that weight class right now. It used to be middleweight. Middleweight used to be absolutely fucking stacked with the Charlo brothers. You had Charlo, you had Canelo, you had Triple G. Like, it used to be a very stacked middleweight class. That kind of went out the window. 147 used to be my favorite weight class as well. But with Spence and Crawford not making any movements, welterweight has just kind of died in a way. I think that you have Boots and you have Virgil Ortiz that could make it very interesting for welterweight if fights can get made. That's the thing. If fights can get made, 147 could be the most exciting class, but it's not going to happen. That's the problem. Fights are getting made at lightweight. That's why lightweight is getting number 2. Fights are getting made at lightweight. The fact that we have Lomachenko versus Haney is insane. The fact that we have Tank Davis versus Garcia happen, insane. This is huge. We don't have any of these fights happening at welterweight. If they get announced and they happen, welterweight could take number 2. Number 3, I would say it's tough. Featherweight, people are talking about. I do think that lighter weight classes do get absolutely neglected. 126 is nice, but bantamweight is really, really nice. Bantamweight and I should say Inoue, moving up could be very interesting. I think Chocolatito versus Strada was super, super fun. Dan Garcia's moving to 160. He's going to get absolutely crushed at 160. The best version of Danny Garcia was at 140. 160 is a huge 160 is a huge difference, man. I mean, 160 guys are they're 180, they're light heavyweights when you're fighting them. When they rehydrate. That's nuts. I think light heavyweight is a very, very good, solid weight class. What do you think won Marquez versus Pacquiao? I mean, career-wise, I would say Pacquiao. Career-wise, Pacquiao is one of the... if you think about it from that standpoint, Marquez won some serious fights, though. I mean, Marquez probably won overall in terms of, like, their bouts, but Pacquiao won in terms of career, if you want to say that. Marquez will always be looked at as a phenomenal fighter, but Pacquiao will always be viewed as an all-time great. Marquez is like, he's a Hall of Fame fighter. Always will be viewed as like that level of fighter, like unbelievable fighter. Pacquiao will always be viewed as one of the greatest fighters of all time. So, in terms of like them, Marquez. In terms of all time or career, Pacquiao. That makes sense. Which is also the question people always have when it comes to a lot of people question that when it comes to Mayweather in comparison to Pacquiao. Whose career would you rather have? Floyd Mayweather's or Manny Pacquiao's? It's a really good question. I think Pacquiao's career might be the best. One of the best, especially in modern times. I mean, holy cow. You know, I'd rather not be KO'd. I'll say this, like Floyd Mayweather, he changed boxing in a way that no one had ever changed boxing. Floyd Mayweather made the O so important to boxing. And he did the other thing that Floyd did that I think is kind of revolutionary in boxing is Floyd found a way to promote himself without using promoters as the main means of promoting. If you know what I mean. Floyd is his own promoter. Floyd doesn't need anyone to tell casual fans that he's fighting. Floyd literally does that all by himself. And he really changed things that way. He really changed things that way. You guys have heard me say it before, and I'll say it again. Ryan Garcia, as much as people don't want to like the kid, was revolutionary in the fact that he used social media to become incredibly relevant in what he does. And the way he used it and to promote himself. Imagine being Oscar De La Hoya. I'm just going to put you in that like promoter's shoes. You're a promoter for Ryan Garcia. This kid's going viral all the fucking time on social media. You don't have to promote him because he's doing it himself. His YouTube channel is doing amazing. Anything he does is awesome. Just Booker, thanks for the prime sub, man. I appreciate it. Tinfoil hat, dude. Tinfoil bucket hat. Thanks for the prime sub. I appreciate you guys being my first subs. Like Ryan Garcia did something that should be what all boxers do, which is I don't need you to promote me. I can literally be a pay-per-view star by going viral. Yeah, he was famous before Golden Girl promotion. Absolutely, man. And that's the thing. Like, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Terrence Crawford. Let's do an update. Let's do a quick update. Let's go look at Terrence Crawford's YouTube channel. We do this about once every 5 months. Terrence Crawford's YouTube channel. Let's see where he's at. Because Terrence Crawford should be unbelievable. 407, what's going on, homie? Terrence Crawford should have an unbelievable YouTube channel. Unbelievable YouTube channel. And I can't even find his channel right now. Let's see if I can find it. Top Rank Boxing has most of his videos. Let's see if I can find his actual channel. Bud Crawford beats Easy Route Spence is the #1 channel that pops up. Main event's going to be around 11 o'clock Eastern time, to give you a sense. Bradley. Dude, tinfoil hat. Thank you so much, man, for the 20 bits. Andrade reminds me of that one boxer in the Great White Hype that could never get a big fight because they weren't a draw. Dude, so true. Dude, I appreciate the 20 bits. Thank you so much, man. Boo Boo, I think he needs to make some huge changes. Huge changes, man. The fact I can't even find Crawford on here. Terrence Crawford's YouTube channel is non-existent. It's literally non-existent. How crazy is that? Crawford just don't got that personality to be that popular. Look, I think he does and he doesn't. I think Crawford has a fantastic work ethic. The other thing is Omaha. Here's my thing with Crawford, with Omaha. Dude, you appeal to a blue collar sensibility that most boxers don't appeal to. There's a lot of LA boxers, a lot of New York boxers. Dude, the blue collar guy wants to identify with someone. They want to identify with a boxer. And Terrence Crawford has that chance. That's a space that is not occupied. Like, and you look at boxing in general and the people that buy pay-per-views, that enjoy pay-per-views, there's a lot of blue collar individuals. Terrence Crawford actually has a chance to occupy that space. He could be that blue collar guy from Omaha. I know it seems weird. I know it seems like maybe like not the coolest thing, but you're not a New York guy. You're not an LA guy. Yeah, you're not a Vegas guy. You're not Miami guy. You're a Midwestern guy. I live in the Midwest now. And let me tell you, any chance they get to be proud of something, it doesn't matter if it's the weather, it doesn't matter if it's anything, they will absolutely brag about it. So that's the thing. They love taking pride in someone or anything at all in the Midwest. You're Crawford, you could be that guy. If you did promotion the right way. These guys would love to buy your fights, would love to support you. But Crawford doesn't really do much, man. Did do you think Bo ducked Lewis? Absolutely he did. Throws away a belt. Throws away the WBC belt, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What are you doing? Don't get me wrong. Lewis was a monster. Absolute monster at that time. But Bo's one of the great, I mean, he's up there as one of the great heavyweights. He should have absolutely went after him. That's a great fight. That's a super great fight. Especially after the Holyfield Lewis fights. Oh my God. I mean, Holyfield Bo fights. Amazing. Amazing. Loma ducked Haney franchise belt. No. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Loma didn't duck Haney. Franchise belt is not something you can control. That was given to Loma. And here's the thing. When the franchise belt came out, there was a couple things with the franchise belt. Number one, you couldn't decide if you got it or not. Number two, it was not meant to be transferable. It meant to be that if you had the franchise belt and you lost or whatever, you cannot transfer that belt. It meant to be the WBC gave you that belt because they decided that you were someone that was worthy of the franchise belt. That all changed. When Loma lost to Tio, they transferred the belt, which they'd never done before. So the WBC plays games. Yes, absolutely. And number one thing with WBC is fucking money, dude. Franchise belt, to be sanctioned, you have to pay. To be a champion and you have to fight with the WBC belt, you have to pay. It's always about money. It's never more than that. So I don't blame Loma for that because he literally can't change that. He literally can't control that. He can't say, I don't want your belt. That's just the way it is. That said, I do agree with the fact that the idea of Haney not getting this fight sooner is an injustice to Haney. Haney had the rightful honor of being the next person to fight Loma. He should have fought him, and this fight should have happened years ago. So I will say that. That's not fair to Devin Haney. That said, I think Devin Haney's done pretty well for himself. He instead of having to fight Loma, when Loma was at that time, Loma was pretty scary at that time. So if anything, this favors Devin Haney more than anything, man. Are you still showing the fight? Dude, Tug, what's going on? So if anything, this actually favors Devin Haney more than Lomachenko, that the fact they're having the fight now. Because Devin's 24, Lomachenko's in his mid-30s. Like, this doesn't favor Loma. Loma at that time, before Haney got the email belt, was deadly. Deadly. He was looking crazy good. So I think actually this works out in Devin Haney's favor. Big time. Because Devin Haney now is at a perfect part of his career. He's been hurt. He knows how to adapt. I mean, he did so well with all of this stuff. And he's overcome. Yeah, he overcame the whole email thing. He's the legit undisputed champion. So Devin Haney has done a phenomenal job. Loma has looked not perfect. So I think Haney's gonna continue to have those belts after the Loma fight. Loma had ring rust. Here's the thing, tinfoiled. I'll say this. You can't have ring rust anymore. You had 395 amateur fights. You can't have ring rust anymore. You can't download information anymore. You need to be able to go into a fight and legit start from round one. if you're going to fight top level talent, you have to be able to throw down from round 1. Because every time that you slow down and you download, or every time you take time and you give rounds away, you're just hurting yourself. Every time Loma has lost, it's because he gives rounds away. I actually, in my video, which you guys know, I'm very happy this video is back up. I'm going to plug it again. I literally talk about this, where it's like, you can't give rounds up. You have to go from round 1. And if you want to beat a guy like Devin Haney, you have to be someone that goes from the get-go. If Devin Haney gets confident and feels comfortable, it's all over. Who do you think will win, Logan or Tate? The Real, how you doing, man? I think that's a good question. Is it boxing or is it kickboxing rules? That's a good question, I would say. If it's kickboxing rules, I'll pick Tate. If it's boxing rules, I think Logan might win. Boxing rules. Logan might win boxing. Might win boxing. If it was Jake, I would definitely pick Jake over Tate. It's tough because Tate was a kickboxer, so he has like legit experience. Logan fought, YouTubers. I'll lean towards Tate for a boxing match, I guess. What do you think of Ryder? You think Ben Whitaker is a future champion at 175? I mean, the hard part is that weight class. Okay, so 175. Let's talk about 175 real quick, and then I'll answer the question about what do I think of Ryder. 175 has two things going on for it right now. Bivol and Beterbiev, or Beterbiev, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Beterbiev is getting old. He's really aging out of that weight class. He's just aging out of boxing, I should say. Bivol looks really sharp right now. Bivol looks way better than he should have in that Canelo fight. He took 18 months off, dude. He took like huge amounts of time off. And he shouldn't have been that sharp, but he was. Bivol, if he's healthy in the caliber that we showed at Canelo, he's very hard to beat. I think Beterbiev can beat him, or Beterbiev can beat Bivol. I think purely based off the power and the complexity of what Beterbiev can bring to the table, I think he can beat Bivol. I think he can beat anyone at 175. Because it's a very, very dangerous weight class. If Bivol turns into the guy that we saw against Craig Richards, he's very beatable. But Bivol's 32, man. Beterbiev's 35, 36 years old. Like, this weight class is moving to a point where there's gonna have to be new champions. To answer your question, yes. Yes, I do think Ben Whitaker could be future champion at 175. Because this weight class has literally moved to the point where someone's got to take over. And guess what? It's not fucking Yard. Yard is not at the caliber or level to take over at 175. Yard is he's a British fanboy kind of fighter. He's a great guy to watch here and there. He cannot win at the top level. There's no way he can win at the top level. We've seen it time and time again with Yard. He cannot be that guy. He is a body beautiful. He looks amazing. He looks amazing physically. He doesn't have the skills to be a top level guy. He just doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. And add into it. So I saw Callum Smith's name in the chat a little bit. Callum Smith, yeah, more appropriate weight class for him. Here's the thing I'm going to throw into the 175 class. You ready? And this is where it really changes. What happens if Benavidez decides to go to 175? What happens if Benavidez goes to 175? He screws up everyone at 175. If Benavidez has the physical size, he's not a body beautiful, but if he goes to 175, he changes everything at that weight class. Everything. So that's the big thing. 175 is a really dangerous weight class. It's a fun weight class though. Okay, what do I think of Ryder? I'll get back to that question. Tinfoil Bucket Hat has a great question. What do you have Ryder getting sparked up by Canelo? The thing is with Ryder, he is a great fighter. He's a very solid fighter. He's someone that like you want to cheer for because he has that very like blue collar work ethic. And what I like about him is that he just like grabs his pail and goes to work every single time. That said, I predict that Canelo will stop him. I'm going to say round 7 or 8 is my prediction. And the reason I say that is Rocky Fields took 5 rounds to get stopped by Canelo. Callum Smith did a pretty good job against Canelo in terms of lasting. Canelo's not a pure like one punch knockout person. I think Ryder's a pretty tough guy, but I think maybe round 8, maybe round 9, Ryder gets stopped. Yo, Shrek, what's up? What do you got? No, Rocky Fielding, I think, got stopped in the 4th. If I'm not mistaken. Rocky, oh no, you're right. The 3rd. Tall Kid, you're right. He did get stopped in the 3rd. I thought it was the 4th. Huh. Good call. Out of Haney, Tank, or Shakur, who would you pick in a hypothetical tournament? Well, that's a good question. Tank Davis is, I'll put it this way. Tank Davis is the most dangerous. Tank is the most dangerous. Tank is the most likely to win in terms of single punch knockout. Shakur versus Haney. I might go Shakur Stevenson. Based off of the pure level of defense he has. Haney is very solid offensively, and defensively he's pretty good too. I just watched a shit ton of Haney footage, so I know what he looks like defensively. But Shakur Stevenson is next level defensively. He's just better defensively. I think Shakur Stevenson might be above Devin Haney. Now, if Devin Haney gets his way, he can steal rounds. But I think Shakur Stevenson might be the best. Might be the top guy. His level of defense is just, it's special. You don't see a lot, like, longevity wise, Shakur Stevenson hasn't taken a lot of punishment. He's never been hurt. He's never been knocked down. We've seen Haney make dumb decisions and get hurt against Linares. That said, he's adapted pretty well and he's pretty hard to hit. But Shakur Stevenson's defense is just pretty impressive. I mean, it's kind of, you're either born with it or you're not. And I think Shakur Stevenson is that guy. So I'm going to go Shakur Stevenson. Who do you think will win this prime fight? Duran versus Pacquiao. I would pick Duran just based off size. Pacquiao is not Duran size, generally speaking. You have to remember that Pacquiao got to those weights later in his career, not at the beginning of his career. Duran was more natural for those weight classes, especially middleweight. And Duran was extremely tough. That said, if it was at a lighter weight class, I would pick Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao in his prime, especially when he was in that like 140, 147, it was kind of like scary. Like the power to speed ratio was insane for Pacquiao. Duran, though, was a bigger guy, and he could probably take on someone like a Pacquiao at a higher weight class. Who would win, Shakur right now or Floyd 20? Oh, don't do that to me. The reason I say that is because woulda, coulda, shoulda. Floyd. So this is where I get uncomfortable with these questions purely because we don't know what Stevenson can be. Floyd, we know what he is. So you have to almost pick Floyd in a sense. But it's kind of like Shakur Stevenson could end up being something where you're like, of course it's him over Floyd Mayweather. Could be. We don't know. But we know exactly what Floyd Mayweather is. So I have to pick Floyd right now, just based off the work he's done, and the work Shakur Stevenson's done. Shakur Stevenson hasn't done enough work to make me go, of course him over Floyd. Floyd fought some serious killers. Now, can you say he cherry picked? He picked fighters at a certain time in their career that benefited him. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You can be very critical of Floyd if you'd like. That said, he fought like, I don't even know the number. I think it's like 24, 26 different champions. Something insane. He fought an insane amount of champions. And so that alone, you have to pick Floyd for that. Could Shakur Stevenson eventually be something that you're like, okay, yes, sure. Prime Vlad versus prime Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson in his prime is the most dangerous fighter to ever exist, in my opinion. Prime Mike Tyson was so explosive and so dangerous in his prime. I would pick prime Mike Tyson against almost any heavyweight that ever lived. I love Joe Louis. You guys know how I love Joe Louis. But Muhammad Ali in his prime was insane. Absolutely insane. But prime Mike Tyson is so dangerous. So dangerous. And so, like, we haven't seen fighters like that very much. Ever. Almost ever. I'm going to give you some stats to, like, back that up. You have to remember, Mike Tyson had 16 fights in his first year being pro. 16 pro fights in his first year pro. I'm going to say it again. 16 pro fights in his first year of being a fighter. That's insane. That is craziness for a heavyweight to have that many fights in a single year. Most pro heavyweights don't even have 4 fights in a single year, let alone 16. I mean, Daniel Dubois, all these guys that are really young, all that stuff, like they had, I think they had like 5 pro fights very early on for them, which is still like very noble. I appreciate that. Like, that's great. You're getting experience. But 16 is ridiculous. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate the encouragement. Yeah, like that's wild. I don't care who they are. That's insane. Like, that's absolutely wild. And I'm gonna stack that on top of, I think I know the statistic. I'm not positive. I want to say, okay, you ready? Okay, 85. Okay, first round knockout, his first fight as a pro. Second fight, first round knockout. Third fight, fourth round knockout. Let me just count the amount of knockouts in his first year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, hold on. So his first year of fighting, I'll include 2000. I'll include 1986. Okay, Mike Tyson didn't go a full fight until his, let's see, 19th fight as a pro. He had almost exclusively 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He had 11 first round knockouts in like 18 fights. He had 11 first round knockouts in like 18 fights. The longest fight Mike Tyson had was his third fight, where he went 4 rounds out of 6. After that, the longest amount of rounds he went was 3, which was his 5th fight. Everything else was first round knockouts. That's fucking crazy. like that's absolutely insane. I understand we build guys up. I understand that we, like, you know, give them some easy targets sometimes, but that's insane. That's crazy when you think about it that way. A- pressure fighter. We have to see where he is, but I agree. I don't know if he's A-, maybe a B. It's tough. Do you know about iDubbbz drama? Oh yes, dude, Just Booker. I watched iDubbbz from back in the day. So a couple things with iDubbbz. Number one, I watched his video. I watched Froggy Fresh. I watched everyone's commentary on the whole thing. And so this is my general take on iDubbbz. You're running a business. You're running a fight card. I understand that you have expressed to fighters or someone that you don't want Sam Hyde involved. I totally get that. Thanks, G-Fig. I appreciate it, man. I totally get that. You don't want your fighters dealing with Sam Hyde. You blackballed Sam Hyde from being even at your event. You don't want people involved with him, which, look, I am someone that loves commentary channels. I love dark humor. I love very, like, risky humor. I love all that stuff. I appreciate that. I think that there's a time and place for all of it. So Sam Hyde doing his thing, I get it. Totally get it. That said, I understand someone doesn't want that person maybe at their event. Like iDubbbz did not want Sam Hyde there. Do I blame him? No. Placed under 6.5 rounds. That's a good, that's not a bad idea. Could be that quick. Could be that quick. By the way, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So Froggy Fresh got told, don't mess with Sam Hyde. And then he filmed a bunch of stuff, did a bunch of training. I get that. He then got asked by iDubbbz, please don't post that content till after the fight, after the actual event, Creator Clash. Froggy Fresh agreed to that. He said okay with that. Then he got mad that iDubbbz asked him, and he posted a bunch of shit. Here's my take on it. And this is purely a business take. I work for footwear for Target, right? I work for one of the largest companies in the entire planet. I have a exclusive contract. I have a non-compete contract, and I have seen people in my industry that literally worked at Puma and then got offered a job at Under Armour. But they have a non-compete clause, meaning they can't do any footwear for 12 months. You can't do any footwear for 12 months. Zero. You can't design, you can't look at, you can't talk about footwear for 12 months if you leave that company. You get paid for it, but that's the way it is. So, in my perspective as a business person, I understand contracts very well. You have to read them, you have to understand them. You have to absolutely say, if you sign them, this is the way it is. This is not something that's flexible. There's no like bending the rules. There's no like, I don't understand it, or I didn't realize this. That does not play at all when it comes to contracts. So if a person that is putting on an event like he was, he said, no, he had text. No, it's not that they weren't clear. They had text messages where literally iDubbbz showed it saying, dude, don't post the content you have with Sam Hyde. Don't post it. Froggy Fresh said, okay. I'm sorry. That's very clear. Don't at all post that content. And regardless, in my opinion, you shouldn't even put the person that's gonna pay you, that gave you $15,000 for training and was gonna pay you for the event, you shouldn't even put them in that situation. Contracts are very clear. I can't go to Walmart and start telling them what Target's doing. I shouldn't even put them in that situation. You can't put your employer in that situation to begin with. If you're smart and you want to have a job and you want to have a continuous cash flow. Froggy Fresh should have never put iDubbbz in that situation to begin with. You know, Sam Hyde is hated by iDubbbz. They're not friends. You shouldn't even try to put your employer in that situation. Plain and simple. Your contract's pretty clear, and the outside stuff that's not in the contract is pretty clear. Sam Hyde is not welcome at Creator Clash. He's not someone that iDubbbz likes. So to then go and train with him and all this other stuff, and then have the person that runs that event say to you, hey, by the way, can you not post that content? I really don't like this person. Dude, I'm sorry. Like, you shouldn't even do that kind of crap. This is a very clear kind of situation in terms of like general, like you're being professional about it. Sam Hyde wasn't in the contract, but he was very, very much talked about before the fight. He was very much talked about during the training of Froggy Fresh. So it's not like Froggy Fresh can be like, I had no idea. No, dude, it's clear. He told you don't post that stuff. He talked about he doesn't like that stuff. He doesn't like Sam Hyde. Why would you go to someone that your boss that's going to pay you a lot of money doesn't like just to rub it in their face a little bit? It's kind of stupid. I like the fact that Froggy Fresh is trying to do his own thing. Cool, whatever. All about that. But like you're kind of poking the bear. And I kind of have to say, like, you poke the bear, you know, it's kind of like the fuck around and find out kind of situation. Like, do I think iDub should have removed him? No. I think Froggy Fresh should have been on the card. Do I think that they overreacted? Yes. Do I think Froggy Fresh, though, at the same time, kind of provoked them? Yes. I don't think anyone looks good in this situation. Tinfoiled hat, bucket hat. So there's a thing with YouTube boxing. There's a creator by the name of iDubbbz that created a promotion company called Creator Clash, where he had a bunch of fighters on it. One of the guys, Froggy Fresh, decided to go to another YouTuber that the creator that created the entire thing, promotion, doesn't like and trained with him. The creator, iDubbbz, of Creator Clash then reached out to Froggy Fresh and was like, hey, don't post any content about this guy with him, being with him, anything, just don't do anything. And Froggy Fresh was like, fuck it, I'm gonna post stuff and talk about it. And I'm gonna make fun of your wife, who does OnlyFans, which that's a whole other conversation. But, and then he got kicked from the card. And it's kind of like, oh, people are like mad about it, whatever. So, in my opinion, it's just kind of like no one looks good. Everyone's got shit on their hands, People don't think MMA has record padding. They act like Khabib don't exist. I mean, there's always record padding, but there's different eras too. Zhang wants the smoke from Fury. 407. Dude, Zhang doesn't want that smoke. Zhang don't want that smoke. He can say he wants it all. It's one thing to say it. It's another thing to actually experience it. I think he gets absolutely destroyed. He's tailor-made for Fury, man. He's tailor-made for Fury. What's crazy to me is the amount of people that felt like Joe Joyce was like gonna beat Joshua and Wilder and Fury and like beat those top level talents, man. Like the amount of people that felt like Joe Joyce was just like that guy to just end it all for Usyk and all these guys is insane. It's insane to me. Because you guys know how I feel about Joe Joyce. Nice guy, terrible boxer. In the sense that he's so slow, he's not gonna beat. In fact, I've done so many jokes about Joe Joyce defense literally being him using his face. Like, you can't be that guy at the heavyweight division. Look, Zhang, so 407, to your point. If I was Zhang, I would do the exact same thing. If I was Zhang, I would call out everyone and their cousin and their mother and everyone. I would do the exact same thing. Why? Because you have 15 minutes of fame. Zhang went from being almost completely irrelevant to being a big deal in the blink of an eye. You don't get a lot of time at the top unless you have belts. You don't get that time. It's really smart of Zhang, especially, yes. If I'm Zhang, I want that Andy Ruiz fight. Great point, Shrek. Actually, I 100% agree with that. That's a fantastic take. Fantastic take. Zhang would be a good draw if he went to draw. Yeah. Yep. Want to draw a Chinese audience into boxing. So the Chinese audience in general is very complicated. Does anyone know the number one sport in China? The number one sport in China right now. Every time I've been there, it blows my mind how this sport is the number one sport in China. It's insane. Basketball. Yep. The real got it. First take. Basketball is absolutely massive. And I'm going to tell you guys some stuff that no one's probably ever told you before. So, I got offered to work for a Chinese footwear company in the basketball industry in China. Here's the crazy thing. Their shoes are different than any basketball shoes here in the US. They literally make them different. They make them in a totally different way. Because the way they play basketball in China is almost exclusively street ball style. So their midsoles and outsoles are completely built differently. The bottom of their shoes are meant to be played on very hard surfaces and meant to wear in a very different way. So it's a totally different shoe to be even begin with. It's a massive amount of money. You have to remember when Beijing was having their riots and the Houston Rockets owner literally said that he, stands with Hong Kong. They lost billions of dollars. No. So, it's a lot of money, and it's a huge deal there. So, boxing, I will say, boxing could be to like the conversation about boxing in general. Elaine, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. No, I cannot show the boxing match. I will get banned. I do think that Zhang could be a major draw in China, in Asia in general. The problem with Asia is that you have to deal with the racism in China or in Asia in general. They all hate each other, basically, is the only way to put it. They all hate each other. So you're never going to get a Japanese individual to root for a Chinese boxer. It's just not going to happen. South Korean individuals are never going to root for a Chinese boxer. It's just not going to happen. That said, you have a huge audience in China to begin with. To do an event in China would be possible, but difficult. So, like, an idea of Zhang going against, let's say, Fury, right? You probably couldn't have it in China, but you could have it in the Middle East. And those individuals from China that want to watch it could fly there. Because the wealthy in China are insane, dude. I don't know if you guys ever heard this story or not, but golf is a very upper level kind of privilege to play in China. And at one point, I think it was Titleist, came out with a ball that was red. It's all red golf balls. And red is lucky, a lucky color in China. To the point where, like, a lot of people have their luggage is red, It's a very lucky and like kind of thing when they travel. Like, red is a big deal. They sold out of all the balls they had that were red in China like instantaneously for that exact reason. So, you know, Zhang being a big deal, I don't know what his kind of clout is in that country, but it could be huge. I mean, it could be a big deal eventually. I don't think, Zhang's almost 40. I don't think he has kind of the skills to really go to that next level. I think Wilder absolutely fucking knocks him out. I think AJ destroys him. I think Usyk crushes him. I think Fury crushes him. I mean, it's tough, man. Where do you rank Joe Louis? Good question. Ruiz beats him. I think Ruiz could beat him. Franklin, possible. Joe Louis. So if you're talking about like all-time heavyweights, right? You're talking all-time heavyweights. Joe Louis has to be, in my opinion, in the top 5. For one reason alone. No, I cannot show it anywhere. Other than I can do this. Hold on 1 second. All right. Here's the deal. I'll give you a link to watch the fight. Elaine. But here's the deal. If I give this to you and I send it to you, I cannot be your tech support if it doesn't work for you. Go check your whispers. Joe Louis, in my opinion, is top 5 purely based on the fact he went on a 26 win streak. 26 wins as a heavyweight. Which, sure, you can look at the competition and maybe say, it's not the same level as certain heavyweights. But if you look at the general quality, it's pretty insane. The amount of fights, the quality of fighters at the time, Joe Louis to me is always top 10, top 3 if you have like my opinion, but I think other people would probably say, like, they'd probably look at him and say, I mean, you're 66-3 with 52 knockouts. You have a 75% knockout percentage. That's pretty impressive. I mean, granted, you lose. So your losses are to Rocky Marciano, Ezzard Charles, and obviously, as we all know, his first major loss was to Max Schmeling. So, I think Ali beats Joe Louis. That's the thing. Like, skill-wise, Joe Louis isn't going to beat someone like an Ali. He's not going to beat someone like a Mike Tyson. But for what he did at the time he did it, it's pretty insane. I'm going to give you a different perspective, okay? Joe Louis started fighting professionally in 1934, okay? 1934. He finished fighting in 1951. Like, how many fighters do you know fought for almost 20 years? Like, and mind you, these fights that he's having are top level, crazy level fights. That's pretty different, man. I think what you can do is watch the fight, is get a VPN, set it to Mexico. Yep. That always helps. The Real, just in case. I don't know if you have a link or not. I'll send you a link through your whispers, though. Thanks for being here, man. Helping out. Tyson sparks Ali like Frazier did. What's interesting about that is Ali got exposed a little bit to that lead left hook by Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier's left hook was arguably one of the best lead hooks that you could probably see ever at that time for a heavyweight. Mike Tyson was someone that had the footwork as well as the body work to hurt Ali. I've said this so many times, but it doesn't matter how good your footwork is. It doesn't matter how elusive you are. If your body gets absolutely destroyed by a good fighter, you slow down. You can't do the same thing when your body's that damaged. And so if Mike Tyson went to the body on Ali, mind you, Ali wasn't that big of a guy. Was he like 6'1", 6'2"? I think he's like 6'2". I want to make sure on that. Ali was, let's see, 6'3". 6'3". So it's not like he was a huge guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, boxing card is Oh, shit! Holyfield was small, yes. But Holyfield was also roided out of his mind. Huge knockout for UFC. Holy hell. God damn, dude. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Dude, the blood. Dude, perfectly timed shot. And then he did the right thing. He just went, yeah, huge. That's what happens when you follow the Mystic Shrek. I mean, oh man. That's pretty solid. I don't think you. Oh man. I want to say he maybe had a chance, but that's pretty brutal. Seeing that slow-mo, at first I'm like, it's kind of flash knockdown-ish. No, he just absolutely wrecked him with that. Great knockout. Progress is right now talking on the live stream for DAZN. Yeah, he's leaking is right. All right, I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back, boys. All right. So, Cesar Martinez, here we go. This is going to be a very fun fight, I think. Top 10. Is Oscar top 10? Nah. Maybe not top 10. All time. But Oscar has been disrespected so much. You have to remember, there's a great stat about Oscar that most people don't remember. Oscar de la Hoya was a 3-weight world champion within, I believe it was 21 fights. He broke the record no one had done that before. Lomachenko broke that record when he did it in 11 fights, but Oscar did it in 21 fights. Oscar de la Hoya fought fucking killers, dude. Oscar fought top level talent and champions very early on in his career. No joke talent. Oscar does not get that credit, I feel like, because a lot of people look at him like, you know, post-career. Yeah, he lost to like Manny Pacquiao, you know, like they look at those kind of losses and certain things. Oscar was a pretty boy at the time. He was the first guy to be like very commercial and look very appealing in terms of like magazine covers, all that stuff. Dude, Oscar de la Hoya was a bad dude at that time. He was a bad dude at that time. He was murking guys. He was destroying guys. I know people like to clown on him, especially now with like the pantyhose and coke and everything else. I've done it myself. I've clowned on Oscar myself. But he was a legit, unbelievable fighter. Oscar de la Hoya was a fucking nightmare for a lot of fighters. Because that pretty boy image brought a lot of casuals into his pay-per-views. And he destroyed people. Yeah, he was an Olympic medal. Yeah. Oscar looked pretty, but his background, also, I believe he was a LA kid. Like, legit broke kid, rough part of town, like, did not grow up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Oscar is a really, really tough guy. You can clown on him outside and inside the ring. He's underrated. Dude, Caleb, great take. Great take. Yeah, you can talk smack about Oscar. Yeah, I get it, man. Like, I've done it, like I said. I've done it myself. His problems with the booger sugar, all that stuff, and panties and all that stuff. Yeah, we get it, you know. But the dude was a bad dude in the ring back in the day. Bad dude in the day. Like, back in the day, he was crazy good. Top 10, I don't put him in top 10. Top 10's pretty special. Top 10's very, 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 very special. To put someone in a top 10, I mean, even like a guy like Floyd, where a lot of guys are like, oh, he's like number one. Floyd's like the best fighter ever. I'm like, dude, do you know anything about boxing? Have you ever heard of like Sugar Ray Robinson? Have you ever heard of like, you know, Willie Pep? Have you ever heard of Willie Pep, who literally didn't throw a single punch in his single round. In this one round, he didn't throw a single punch and he won the round. Have you heard of any of these other, like Armstrong? Have you heard of any of these other fighters? Have you heard of them? Because, you know, they were fighting every single week. So, you know, Oscar though, I will say, like, does not get enough respect in this modern day of boxing. There's a lot of people that have this kind of vision of fighters, and they, you know, they think, oh yeah, you know, he's like the best fighter ever. I'm like, so there was a post by Gary V. I like Gary V. Gary V is all about hustling and all that other bullshit. Gary V's entertaining. I don't think what he says is very useful, but that's not a cap. That's true, dude. Gary V asked if who's the best boxer of all time on Twitter. The amount of individuals that put Mike Tyson, that put Muhammad Ali or Floyd Mayweather was probably 90% of the response. No, I take that back. 95% of the response was Muhammad Ali, Floyd Mayweather, or Mike Tyson. And I'm just like, it hurt my soul. It hurt my soul. It hurt my soul that these guys are getting put over Sugar Ray Robinson. Sugar Ray Robinson legit didn't lose until his 110th fight. Like, my God. Like, the level of fighters that have been and existed is insane. And it's just like, I get it. It's a lot of casual individuals. Don't get mad. It's okay. My wife's like, dude, they don't know what you know. It's okay. They're just like, they're very casual fans. Don't get mad about it. I'm like, fuck them. Fuck everyone that said Floyd Mayweather. You're fucking wrong. Fuck everyone that said like Mike Tyson. You're fucking wrong. Fuck everyone that said Muhammad Ali. You're wrong. I am watching the Martinez fight. Good fight so far. I got so mad. So mad. The background? Wait. Booker, you mean this? Behind me? This stuff behind me? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay. So go to Amazon and type in 3D panels, 3D plastic panels. These cost about, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I got 12 panels for $80. So they're not expensive. And then I took, see this? This is a floodlight. I'll do a close up. This is a floodlight I have right here, doing the blue, on a arm for a regular microphone. That's like, this is like I think $15 for this. These floodlights are 2 for $36 on Amazon. And yeah, they have a hole in the bottom that mounts very easy onto that. So I have 2 lights here. The arms are $15 a piece. The lights are $36 for 2. The background itself is $80 for like 12 panels that you glue to the background. I have a floodlight right here that is a can light that is $8 from Home Depot. I have another one right here, which you guys can't see, that's also $8 that separates me from my background. So total cost for lighting is under $60. The background itself is $80 plus some like double-sided tape from Gorilla. So less than $100. So total is less than $200. If you ever want, always DM me. I will send you all the links for all this stuff. It looks really cool though, right? It looks good. Dude, don't do fleshlight. Dude, you don't even know a fleshlight. Shrek, do you realize Joe Rogan used to promote fleshlights? Do you realize Joe Rogan? Carlos, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Joe Rogan used to promote, one of his biggest promotions was fleshlights. Joe Rogan made so much money off fleshlights back in the day. He talked about them extensively and about using them. He promoted them. I have a rainbow one I got off an Asian website. Can I just say, guys, by the way, if you guys don't know, yes, Joe Rogan talked about this stuff extensively. I have been listening to Joe Rogan for so long. By the way, guys, yes, I'm watching UFC as well. I'm trying to do both at the same time. There's a guy in chat by the name of Jess Booker, who's a fantastic editor, fantastic content creator. Here's a link to his YouTube channel. Go follow him. Dude has so much talent. He's so good at what he does, man. Go show Jess Booker some love, man. This guy, I wish I could edit the way he does. So, dude, it's all good that you're on a break. I get it. But seriously, like, Jess Booker's a really, really good video guy. Like, he makes quality content. The editing, though. The editing takes a long time. It takes an insane amount of time. And he does a really good quality job of it. TJ Love Fights. I have not heard of this individual. Should I know this person? Are they like a YouTuber? Are they like a streamer? TJ Love Fights. Let's see. Well, it's a Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao right off the bat. Oh no. Why Dana White? Why Dana White privilege exists? Okay. Gervonta Davis is my favorite fighter. Why Canelo and Ryan Garcia have beef? I'll check this guy out. Okay, this is my deal. Look. His thumbnails, I'm going to be very critical, are very basic. The white with the black lettering and, you know, having a picture. Very basic, very simple. Kind of nice for branding though, like very good branding. I'll give him that. Like, you know, when you see one of his videos, I mean, dude, 43 videos and he has 75,000 subscribers. That's insane. Like, that's a lot of talent. That's an insane amount of views as well as subscribers for 43 videos. That's fucking crazy. So he has to be doing something right. Like, I can't be like, no, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. No, this is really impressive. He almost, I mean, 75,000 subscribers with less than 100 videos, less than 50 videos. That's insane. Like, he's clearly very good at what he does. I can't hate on that. I haven't watched his content. I'll have to check it out. But wow. I did not expect that kind of level. He's had 13 million views on his channel. And he started in August 15th, 2020. Holy cow. That's impressive, man. Like, respect where respect's due, man. Like, I've been doing this for a long time. I've done a lot of videos. I've done a lot of live streams. Like, I wish I had 1,000 subscribers. I wish I hit like that partner program level on YouTube. So, dude's doing something right. Like, he knows what he's doing, man. That's pretty awesome. You know. Glove sees competition. He's got to dominate. I wish I could, but I mean, I can't. This guy's clearly better at what he does. Super solid. Northeast, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Like, that's crazy numbers to do. No, I won't flame him. I gotta check him out. I gotta see what he does. This is a pretty fun fight right now with Martinez. Oh man, I appreciate that, Shrek. Dude, I'll be honest with you. It's been a, how can I put YouTube into perspective? It's been a struggle. It's been a huge struggle and a lot of hours and time. I've stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning and then gone to work so many times to make videos and everything else just to get like 30 views on a video. It's extremely painful to be someone that does boxing YouTube. I know other people have much better luck and maybe they just edit better. I don't know, but I thought I knew what I was doing when I first started doing YouTube, and a lot of it was just doing a lot of what everyone else was doing, and that's basic information. Here's who the people are, here's their like info. I didn't make bad videos per se, but it just never ever took off. It was always like 60 views, 100 views, and the conversion rate was never great. And so when people take off and do exceptionally well on YouTube for any kind of combat sports, I actually found, I'm going to tell you guys something, and I shouldn't tell you guys this, but I'm going to say it anyways. Just Booker. You'll know this. I found the secret sauce for boxing or combat sports, and it hurts my soul to say this. I found a channel when I was looking for general content to use for my new video for Lomachenko versus Devin Haney. This guy had 11 videos total, and he had like 8,000 subscribers. Every single one of them, every single video was a highlight reel of a certain boxer. It was all stolen footage. It was all stolen edits. It was all him taking someone else's content that had done the edits and chopped it up a little bit and made a video of it. And then this guy put a fucking watermark on his video as if he did something, and he put some absolutely appalling garbage music on the background. I see this stuff and I just go, my God, there's some serious talent here in the boxing and combat sports world that do amazing stuff. And they have, like, I'll give you an example. No, this is a new guy, Shrek. New guy. The other guy was the guy that stole my name, stole my fucking logo, and posted my exact shit. Yeah, I was so mad about that. I was livid about that. This guy's new. I've never heard of him. Yeah, this was a new guy. Don't know him. Terrible. In terms of like actual quality of content, it's terrible. But I'm not gonna flame the guy. I'm just gonna say, making highlight reels of boxers and stealing content that is already edited is very, very, very easy to do, and clearly something people do to get monetized and everything else. So I feel bad to say it, but it's like, you know, it is what it is. There's some people that do so good and like crazy quality when it comes to boxing or any kind of combat sports, and like I'll give you an example. Motivedia. I don't love Motivedia. I don't truly love Motivedia. I don't like the way that they do their videos, and that's because they have no stake in the game. They literally just like, they kind of fib and kind of just do highlights of what's going on for a fight, and they make it seem like anyone can win. And it's like, no, dude, you have an opinion. I know you do. Like, I know that you know who's gonna win. Like, you have an opinion. Just tell us your opinion. And he doesn't, because he doesn't want to lose subscribers. It's like, I get it, but come on, like, be honest. Just tell us, like, this is a fight that you should be able to tell us who you think's gonna win. Don't lie to people and make it seem like a 50-50 fight. It's not. It's John Ryder versus fucking Canelo. Like, just tell us who you think's gonna win. Here's guys, by the way, here's a channel that you need to check out. This guy, Usyk Boxing, phenomenal. His content is so high quality. And the other thing about Usyk Boxing is that this guy loves the sport more than almost anyone I've seen before. This guy loves the sport. He's part of a boxing gym. He's been a part of a boxing gym. He understands it. He has commentary and insight about boxing that I've never seen before on a YouTube channel. This guy is so good. Oh, Tom. He's also like Honcho Boxing. No. Very, very good. Very good. Very good boxing videos. Exceptionally good boxing videos. I can't hate on that at all. Dude has really good boxing videos. Rummy. So Rummy is a gateway to all boxing kind of content. The one thing I'll say about Rummy, and the one downside I should say to Rummy, is that he gets his videos posted on Boxing 24. So he gets a lot of help for his views and everything else because he's posted on Boxing 24, which is one of the most popular boxing websites. So if that didn't happen, I don't know what Rummy's Corner would look like. And I can't say it's organic with the views and the amount of subscribers he has. You know, it's yeah. Boxing 24 is not a great website. It's good for basic content. It's a basic, casual version of boxing content. You're not going to find anything in depth. It's good for finding out a schedule for a boxing match. It's not great for anything else, for insight or anything else. Rummy's Corner, every time he posts a video, it is on Boxing 24. So, you know, I respect Rummy's Corner. I like the guy. I think his videos are fun. And I love at the end, he always talks about like, what do I know? I don't know shit about boxing with his predictions. I would never, ever, ever say that Rummy's Corner is bad content. I love everything about his content. So I can't hate on the guy. I'll just say though, numbers wise, you don't know. You don't know what his actual numbers would be like if he didn't get posted on Boxing 24. So, Elusive 2.0. Okay. Elusive 2.0. 20,000 subs, 58 videos. That's huge. I mean, I can't hate on a guy that has. That's a huge amount of people for 58 videos. So his most popular are UFC fights, it seems like. And then there's one that's Gervonta Davis versus Ryan Garcia Tactical Breakdown. Kind of curious. The bulk of his most popular videos, though, are UFC, which I get. I mean, UFC is... I get that. Which I always wish I understood UFC better, but I don't want to be a casual that's like, oh, I'm going to lie. I'm going to just say I know about UFC. I tried to do UFC videos back in the day. I don't know enough. I feel stupid trying to do it. I don't want to lie. You know, I don't want to act like I know about something when I don't. I tried. I can do basics. I can talk about like hand speed. I can talk about like unique angles. I can talk about like stand-up game, but when they go down to the ground, I have fucking no clue. And so I don't want to be disingenuous with it and just steal content from other people or lie about my knowledge of what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, I've studied boxing for a very, very long time. I can talk about stand-up game. I can talk about that stuff for a very long time. But not when it comes to ground game. I just don't understand it when it comes to MMA that well. Yeah, dude, this is a great fight right now. Okay, couple people. Let me think of Street Beef 407. Let me check them out. I don't know them too well. Oh boy. Oh, this guy? These guys? Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. Street Beef. Okay, I've seen this stuff on TikTok. My general thought is this. It's up there with bum fights. It's pretty much bum fights. You're taking and exploiting people that have no idea what they're doing a lot of times to make money. So did you guys hear about like Broken Nose Boxing just quit YouTube? Broken Nose Boxing. I've been in contact with that guy a bunch. He's a super nice guy. I love talking to him. Him and I have gone back and forth on Twitter in terms of like in DMs and just talked about like YouTube stuff in terms of like he's shown me what he's gonna do maybe for like thumbnails, and he asked my opinion in terms of like what would be the best or all this stuff. And Broken Nose is a really, really nice guy. Super nice guy. No, I do YouTube as well. And sadly, he decided to quit doing YouTube. It just didn't work with his current status in terms of what he's doing. He's traveling worldwide right now. So he's doing an international tour, and he's just like, man, I'm spending so much time making videos, editing videos. I just can't do it. Which makes me really sad, but what's my thought on bare knuckle boxing? I think it's bare knuckle. So let's break down why you wear what you wear when it comes to boxing. So number one, wrapped hands. Wrapped hands is not for cushion. Wrapped hands is so that you keep the bone structure in your hand in the right position, so that your bones don't shift and that you can have healthier hands based off of wrapping compared to not wrapping. And so that's number one. Number two, the padding that you have, whether it be MMA where it's very little or boxing where you have 8 to 10 ounces based off weight class, is for cushioning for your hand health. That's the point of it, is that you have some kind of health in your hands because of what you're doing. You're using these as a tool, as a weapon, and you're using them a lot. Especially at lower weight classes, the amount of punches that they're throwing out, like we're watching right now with Martinez, is insane. Imagine how much you're using these tools. Constantly using them. And the fact that boxing is not a permanent career, it is a temporary career. You're gonna have this career for a limited amount of time. So for me, bare knuckle boxing in that kind of sport where it's like, even if you wrap your hands, you're essentially foregoing any kind of security, any kind of like longevity with your hands, is just so dangerous. And the benefit of bare knuckle is the fact that you don't take prolonged punishment like you do in boxing, where you could die from brain injury from a lot of punches and punishment to your head. Granted, I understand that, but the punishment to your general body and your hands, like, That is very scary to me. Like, that is so scary to me. Martinez right now, huge flurry. And I just think about that long term, man. Cook and Talk, what's going on, man? Martinez is fighting right now. So I don't love the idea of bare knuckle boxing from that standpoint, because like I know people that work with their hands for a living, and when they get older and that arthritis and all that pain in their hands and how much it's like a debilitating situation. I get it. Like even more so if you're bare knuckle boxing. That said, I don't know if that's avoidable. Even if you're someone that regularly box or does MMA, I don't know if you can avoid that if that's your job. You know what I mean? I don't love bare knuckle. I don't love it. I think in a way, the way they promote it and the way they show it, it's not great. You know, when you do bare knuckle, you got to take, really long breaks too. Absolutely, you do. I mean, Paulie did bare knuckle, and the dumbest thing about that was that everyone knew he was gonna break his hands. Paulie did bare knuckle, and it's like, dude, you're gonna break your fucking hands, like immediately. Your hands are made of like popsicle sticks, Paulie. Like, you're gonna break them immediately. Like, why are you doing this? So dumb. So dumb. And that, what happened? His hands broke and he became useless. It's like, come on, dude. You know? Martisa, hurt him early. Paulie's he's an okay commentator. I don't have a ton of problems with him. He's not great, but he's not bad. Dana, I have to agree with that. Bringing a lot of retired individuals out of box, that's dangerous. That's the dangerous part. I get it if they're fresh, they're young. I mean, the other part of it too, man, watching the aftermath of these guys on Twitter and seeing the damage on their face and everything is horrific. Like, it's really scary to see that stuff. Robin, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Delphina, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. That's the one thing that really scares me, is watching these guys afterwards. Like, some of these photos after the fight, it's like, god damn, dude, that looks like permanent damage. Like, I get it, it's scar tissue, it's a black eye, I get it, that's not like crazy, but some of it you look at and you're like, oh, that took like 6 months out of your life, didn't it? Gamebred had a bare knuckle MMA event yesterday. Oh shit, did he really? Do not recommend that. Anything bare knuckle, I don't recommend. I look, it's the other part of it is this, and I have to deal with this all the time. I tell people what I do on the weekend in terms of like having fun with like combat sports. And I talk to a lot of moms that I work with, and they always say the same thing, almost exclusively say the same thing. They all say this: I would allow my son to box. I would never allow my son to do MMA. And I'm talking about like moms where their son is super talented for wrestling and they don't want their son to do MMA. I would never allow my son to do MMA. And so when I look at like bare knuckle, I'm like, dude, the amount of individuals that have disdain for combat sports is pretty high, that don't understand MMA the way we do or appreciate the way we do. To throw bare knuckle boxing into it, you're kind of going to a level where I could see my least favorite people in the world getting involved, which is the government. Fucking hate the government. Hate the government. Like, the people that we don't want in charge, the people that we don't want to have any say in a sport they don't understand, could get involved. And that's because of bare knuckle boxing. It's like, you're just gonna piss off just enough people, just enough individuals to get involved where now the government gets involved. And it's like, don't do it. Like, you're poking that bear, man. You're poking that bear. Imagine Deontay Wilder in bare knuckle boxing. Holy hell. Bare knuckle optics wise is the most brutal sport. Booker, I absolutely agree, man. Like I said, the post-fight photos I'm seeing on like social media is insane. Insane. And it doesn't make it look good. It doesn't make it seem like a skill. It makes it seem like this vicious blood sport. And I already have to explain to people about boxing and UFC all the time. All the time. Because they find out what I do for fun, which is this, like hanging out with you guys and doing fight commentary. And they're like, why would you ever do that? I'm like, well, boxing, if you watch it, you know, there's so much skill, and part of it's not just getting hit. It's like not getting hit, and the incredible ability of these individuals to put out an insane amount of work and effort and everything like that for punch output is on another level, to the point where it's like some of the best athletes in the entire world, and it changes people's lives that go from sleeping on cardboard to now running for president if you're Manny Pacquiao. It's like, my God, boxing has changed so many individuals' lives for the better. It's an incredible sport. And then you explain that and they're like, okay, what about UFC? It's like, well, UFC also has these crazy disciplines where people started with a very single mindset of just doing kickboxing, just doing boxing, just doing grappling. And now they've combined it into this insane sport where the skill levels absolutely incredible. And the individuals we watch are some of the most skilled athletes you'll ever see, because they are just doing something super complex. It looks simple, but it's very complex in terms of understanding, reading the situation, and being able to react in the moment. Even watching old Izzy fights where he's like getting missed by millimeters sometimes. It's so impressive. Or GSP fights back in the day, or any one of those guys. Silva, obviously. But it's like, you explain that, it's like, oh wow, that's super cool. Like, they have a discipline of understanding like boxing and kickboxing, as well as understanding like, you know, like BJJ, all that stuff. Cool. Stephanie, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. They get it. When you try to explain like bare knuckle boxing to them, they don't get it. Googie, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Like, I try to explain, oh yeah, it's like boxing, but with no gloves. Why would you do that? Well, because there's more money in it, and there's some kind of blood sport element to it. And so they're doing it because, you know, it's kind of a niche sport, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, no, they don't get it. They don't get it. They don't want to understand it. I do think Canelo needs a KO tonight. I think he at the very least needs a stoppage. I do think that. If you read what the rules are for chat, no, we do not show the fight. I think that Canelo does need some kind of stoppage. Pure like knockout KO, maybe not, but some kind of stoppage, I think he does need that. And the reason I say that is because I think that, oh, stoppage by Martinez. I'm more interested in the walkout than the fight itself. What's my prediction for Canelo fight? I'm predicting that Canelo will stop Ryder within 7 or 8 rounds. That's my general prediction. I think Ryder's a pretty tough guy. But I think Canelo's just too good. That's my general prediction. But look, I think in general, it's the combat sports world. Let me just say this and I'll quit talking about this stuff. The combat sports world is a very complicated world. It's very hard to for like people that aren't into it and don't understand it to have sympathy or like admiration for these individuals. It's very hard for them to think about this in terms of like, these people are coming from a situation sometimes that's horrifically bad and becoming superstars and elevating themselves purely based on their own will and determination to be not just pro athletes, but top level athletes, some of the best in the world. And so to explain that to people that don't even have any concept of it, sometimes is really hard. To add in bare knuckle boxing or something that kind of that taints it or makes it seem like it's more about blood than it does about skill doesn't help. So I'll say that. Boxing is one of my favorite things in the world. I've watched boxing and been interested in boxing my entire life. I literally grew up in the 90s where I couldn't afford, or my parents never watched boxing. My dad wasn't into boxing, but I loved boxing so much, even though I couldn't watch the pay-per-views or any of that stuff. I watched Friday night fights all the time on ESPN. I loved the sport because the skill level and the people involved in it are so crazy amazing. So, I think that MMA came along, and I really appreciate Dana White and what they've done to protect their fighters, and do the quality of fights that they have. And I've learned to absolutely love the UFC, but bare knuckle will probably never ever get any kind of like appreciation from me, to be honest with you. So, Chris Maddox wrong again. Yeah, he is. Okay. Canelo by knockout within 6 rounds. Dana. Bold prediction, but at the same time, I see it. It could happen. Especially if he catches Ryder not respecting distance and trying to get in there and trying to do too much work, man. Too early. If Ryder tries to go to work too early against Canelo, he absolutely could get knocked out. What would you do with Conor Benn if I was the commission for Conor Benn, I'd ban him for a year. I'd ban him for 12 months from fighting. Plain and simple. I think that Conor Benn is exactly what's wrong with boxing. And I'll be very honest, he's not the only one that's been caught. There's so many fighters that get caught and have no repercussions. Look, Jared Miller, Big Baby Miller had no repercussions almost for him cheating against Anthony Joshua. Yes, he got tainted. Yes, he didn't do anything. Yes, no one would touch him for a while. But now he's fighting again. We just saw him fight freaking Lucas Brown. Yeah, oh, well, he got his license pulled in New York and all. That means nothing. Means literally nothing. So the reason I say that, and the reason I'm very harsh about this kind of stuff, is for one reason and one reason only. Especially heavyweight. More than any other weight class. If you take illegal substances to gain an edge, you are literally putting that other person that's in the ring with you at risk of possibly dying. You're putting that person at risk of possibly getting permanent brain damage, permanent damage to their body, lifelong damage, because you want to win. So you take illegal substances that you shouldn't take to win a fight. That right there, man, is so out of line and so out of pocket, in my opinion. Dude, what's going on, man? I have no sympathy for you if you're someone that does that. And that's why it doesn't matter if it's Tyson Fury, it doesn't matter if it's Dillian White, it doesn't matter if it's Conor Benn, it doesn't matter if it's Billy Joe Saunders, it doesn't matter who it is. If you cheat in boxing and you use an illegal substance that you know is banned to gain an edge, you should be banned at least minimum a year, because you could kill someone in the ring. Unlike MMA, Dana White has done a phenomenal job in terms of mitigating permanent damage in the octagon. For the amount of fights he's had, for how brutal it is, he's done a really, really good job. He's done a really good job in terms of making sure they have the right individuals in there to stop that kind of crap. Boxing, on the other hand, boxing has someone die almost every single year. Once a year, someone dies in a boxing ring due to shitty refs not recognizing that the individual in that ring can't protect themselves, and the other individual across from them hits them so many times but doesn't have enough power to knock them out. That happens every single year, almost every single year. So when it comes to cheats or people using any kind of garbage like that, you can fuck off with that. I have no sympathy for you. I don't care about your career. I don't care about what your age is. You should be banned for at least a solid year. And on top of that, you should have to have consistent piss tests all the time in your camp, nonstop, unregulated, untimed. You don't know when it's going to happen. It's going to happen randomly for you going forward. You can't even negotiate that. That's part of it. If you want to fight, that's how it is. Because you could possibly damage someone for life. Yes, Canelo fight is next. So I'll give you an example. Let's talk about Canelo. Canelo pissed hot and people got really upset about it. And are like, oh man, Canelo eating that Mexican beef, right? Now, I'm not trying to defend Canelo. But I will say, Beans, man, dude, glad to have you, man. The thing is with Canelo, him pissing hot and him having that Mexican beef, the one thing I will say is this. the amount and the substance that was found in his urine is also correlated with findings in studies for the Mexican army. The Mexican government has found the exact same thing in their soldiers. So, is it more likely that it could have been something like that? Yes. Do I still feel, and then he had a hair sample that cleared him, apparently. Do I think that it's still right, or that we should not just turn a blind eye to it? No. But it's much more likely that Canelo ate beef in Mexico that correlates with having possible contamination than it is to have Tyson Fury eating wild boar meat in fucking UK that's contaminated. Sorry, not sorry, that's bullshit. We all know it's bullshit. I used to love Tyson Fury. You guys know me. I used to love Tyson Fury. And I'm just gonna say this, and it hurts my soul to say this. Tyson Fury literally beat Klitschko pissed hot immediately afterwards. Then gets told, hey, you gotta do a rematch. Pisses hot again for cocaine. Then takes years off, comes back against Wilder. Loses a ton of weight. Great story. Do I think Tyson Fury is 100% clean against Wilder? Is the real question. Hot take? Fuck no. Because I'm going to tell you this. I've done a lot of research on this, by the way. Did you know that you will lose more weight from doing steroids and not working out than you would do in terms of weight loss against someone else that works out all the time? People that are sedentary and taking steroids lose a lot more weight than individuals that do not do steroids and work out. I have a feeling, just an inkling, some help was done. Some wild boar help was done. Canelo, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm sorry, man. And look, I'm not a big, you guys know, I'm not a Wilder guy. I'm not a huge glove conspiracy guy when it comes to the second fight. But I am going to point out, he went down in weight and apparently was a guy that had pillow fists or didn't hit that hard. And then suddenly he suddenly, magically went to Crunk Camp and got a different trainer and started hitting way harder and was 275 pounds and can move the same and have the same stamina. Oh, wow. That's amazing. 275 pounds. That's a 35. He gained 30 pounds. Hits harder? Okay, sure. Same stamina? 30 pounds? I don't care how big you are. 30 pounds as a fighter? That's pretty crazy. Just gonna point that out there. Just gonna throw that out there and let you guys talk about it. Do they not test before and after fights? So they test after fights and before fights depending on the fight itself. How much or what the regulations are very different. Tinfoil Bucket Hat, thank you so much for the cheer, man. Plant magically knocks that dude out. Come on, dude. That's another good one. That's a hot take. That's a hot take. I appreciate the cheers, man. That's a very hot take. I like that, though. I like it. I like it. It's a little bit more believable. A little bit more believable than gaining 30 pounds and magically having the same stamina. But yeah, I mean, look, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Addy that's actually on DAZN right now. Addy, who's on DAZN right now and doing commentary, I believe he said on his YouTube channel 2 years ago that he talked to professional boxers, and it was something around the realm of like 80% were doing some kind of illegals. Dude, Tinfoil Bucket, thanks again for the cheers again. Only fighters could confirm 100% wasn't on PEDs. What's Magario? Dude, look, do I think a lot of boxers are on something? Sure. How much, what they're on, all that stuff is very debatable. Love, do you think LeBron James off the juice? No, never. I think LeBron James couldn't even hold Michael Jordan's jock strap. There's a hot take. Love, do you believe Jake Paul is on something because he passed the VADA testing? The fact that Jake Paul associates with other individuals in pro boxing, I would say I would not be surprised if he's on something. Look, I don't care if you're on VADA testing. I don't care what your program is, because look, the deal is this. Do you know when the testing's happening, and do you know how to cycle off of it properly? That's just the question, plain and simple. If you can cycle off that shit properly, it really doesn't matter if you're clean or on a testing program or not. If you are, that's great. I appreciate the fact that if you are on VADA testing, even more so. It probably means that you have to be a little bit smarter about your program in general. Doesn't mean you're not on it, just means you're smarter about it. The doctor's Fury used was busted for giving PEDs to fighters. He said they're time release and only stay in your system for 7 to 8 hours. I 100%. Here's a fun fact. Dana, great comment. Fun fact. Did anyone else remember that Tyson Fury went to Big Bear for his training for Deontay Wilder 1? Does anyone else remember that? Does anyone remember that Tyson Fury tried to do Big Bear, which is at 7,000 feet in altitude for training, which Triple G does all the time. A lot of other fighters try to do because it's 7,000 feet in elevation. It helps you in terms of training and trying to get ready. Now, Tyson Fury didn't even last 2 weeks at Big Bear. So he went down to LA and he went to Triple Ace, which is Freddie Roach's training, and started training at that gym because he couldn't do Big Bear. Now, I'm someone that lived at elevation. I lived at 6,000 feet elevation in Colorado. It does take some time to get used to 6,000 feet in elevation. It does hurt your like breathing, everything else. I've hunted at 9,000 feet in elevation. It's really tough. It's really hard to do. It's really hard to do. It will absolutely test you. I've also hung out with a friend that was at 11,000 feet in elevation. 11,000 feet in elevation. I cleared my car off from snow and I got winded. It is crazy when you start getting way up there. So, a pro athlete can't handle 7,000 feet. I'll be honest with you. That's a little sus to me. A little sus. If I could handle 6,000, no problem. On a daily basis. 7,000, it's not crazy. It's not that crazy. Tyson Fury said it felt like he was underwater training. You know? Booker. So I'm just going to throw that out there, man. Like, I get it. It's different, but you know, Tyson Fury also felt like he overworked. He got too skinny when it comes to, you know, fighting Deontay Wilder the first time. Remember, the craziest thing about the Wilder Tyson Fury fight number 1, the craziest thing possible was the fact that Deontay Wilder weighed in at like was it 211 pounds for the weigh-in, and then in the morning when they weighed again to get ready for the day, Deontay Wilder weighed in at like 208 pounds. Deontay Wilder at 6'8" weighed in at 208 pounds, dude. That's fucking crazy. And that's why in the second fight, when he came in at like 235, thinking he could like gain some weight and be like proactive, it was like, nah, man, not a good idea. It's still crazy to me, the build of Deontay Wilder. As a bigger dude that weighs more than Deontay Wilder, it blows my freaking mind that Deontay Wilder could weigh less than 230 and be built the way he is. Yeah, his legs are super skinny. It's crazy. Like, absolutely crazy. Dr. Usman, I don't even want to try to pronounce that. Sajada is Conor Benn and Tyson Fury's doctor. Look him up on the Google. Dana with the facts. Dude, Conor Benn, look, I get it. I understand the cheating. I really do understand the cheating with Conor Benn. I get it, but here's the big thing. If Conor Benn took the L, dude, the MF Doom mask is heavy, bro. Dude, I love the fact that you know who MF Doom is. That's awesome. The fact that if Conor Benn came out and was like, dude, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. I'm going to take this L, yada, yada, yada. Boxing fans are pretty forgiving when it comes to cheating. They're pretty forgiving. I mean, they move past it pretty quick. And boxing news allows that to happen because there's a lot of news and it happens all the time. Like I said, fucking Tank Davis literally just got sentenced for a hit and run. In 2020, he received 90 days home detention. He committed a fucking felony and he gets 90 days home detention. No big deal. Deontay Wilder got arrested for a gun and weed in LA. It's like no big deal kind of news. Deontay Wilder committed a felony in California. No big deal. So if Conor Benn came out and was like, dude, I screwed up. I screwed up. My dad back in the day screwed up because he also was a drug cheat. I screwed up, right? He just came out and flat out said that. He would get people that hate him and it would happen very quickly. But give it some time and it would pass over very quickly in the boxing news world. Home detention at his coach's house as well. Dude, look, this is my take, Abe, on Tank Davis. Tank Davis is insanely talented. Incredibly talented. When he had weight issues, he couldn't make weight properly. I was very concerned about him. In terms of long K, like long term, where is he going to be? Like, this kid can't be someone that's very serious about boxing. He's now done weight and been very dedicated, it seems like, for a long time. His distractions in his life outside of boxing are a problem. If he can stay focused, which he has done pretty well recently, he could be very special. The outside shit could possibly hurt him. I don't want to see that. I want to see a fighter win and lose based off their own merits, not off garbage. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna quickly grab another drink and pee really quick. I don't have a bathroom downstairs, sadly, in this house. I have to go upstairs for that. So I'll be right back, guys. Canelo TKO second round. That's a bold statement, but it could happen. Camera Go, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Look, the thing with Canelo with this fight is that more than anything, we want to see what condition he's in. Because the Bivol fight, he didn't look in the best condition. He slowed down. He seemed at the time like he didn't have the same steam to go forward. Bull cut, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. What time does the fight start? It's gonna start probably in the next 10 minutes. And just for you, because you have a great name, Bull cut. I will give you, go check your whispers. There's a link. How's Ryder like? I've never seen him fight. So Ryder's a really solid. Am I the only one that thinking that was the Ukraine fight? No, I thought that same thing. The thing is with Ryder's a very good, solid pressure fighter. He is a guy that likes to be on the inside. He does a lot of work. He does a lot of volume. He's someone that I think gets overlooked a lot of times in terms of talent at this weight class. He arguably beat Callum Smith. A lot of people feel like, including myself. I think he beat Callum Smith when they fought, but got screwed on the cards. He's a no joke kind of fighter in terms of he's a blue collar, pick up your fucking lunch pail and go to work kind of guy. He does not show up out of shape. He does not show up to play around. He does not show up in terms of trying to do any kind of thing other than go in there and hurt you. He's a very legit fighter in that sense. That said, he is not super polished. He's not a polished guy. He's never going to be a guy that's going to be super flawless in terms of his defense. He's going to get hit. He's not going to be a guy that can put punches and bunches together in terms of a combination that makes you worry about how he connects. He doesn't have power that makes you scared. He's not that guy. So, as you can tell from what I'm saying, like, he is a guy that shows up and wants to go to work. He wants to go to work every single time, but he will not intimidate a guy that's at that same level of Canelo. Johnny, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, not that guy, pal. Exactly. I want to give respect to John Ryder. I want to give him some respect because I think a lot of people just, dude, look at this fight poster I have right here next to me. Literally, look at this fight poster. A giant Canelo head next to John Ryder. John Ryder gets so disrespected in boxing so many times. This kid, he's a exciting, fun fighter. He's the kind of guy that, like, you want him to win. You want him to win. You want him to be successful because he's a hard-working kind of guy. Like I said, he's a blue-collar kind of boxer. Grab your lunch pail, go to work kind of fighter. No joke. I don't take any days off. I'm gonna fuck you up. This is my job kind of fighter. I also think he beat Daniel Jacobs. But he is not a finesse kind of guy. He is not a slick fighter. He is not someone that dodges anything. He is a guy that gets hit easily. He's a guy that has flaws in his game. He's the kind of guy that ends up being a gatekeeper. Sadly. He's the kind of guy that right now we can talk about, but in 10 years from now, we'll never talk about again. He's the kind of guy that we can enjoy his style and appreciate what he brings to the table, but we will never ever think about again 10 years from now. He will be forgotten. He will be someone that we never think about. But it's one of those guys that, like, someone will be like, oh, you remember like John Ryder? And you're like, oh shit. Yeah, I remember that guy. Yeah, shit. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he was fun to watch. That's John Ryder, sadly. A very solid workhorse that will never, ever, ever be champion. So. He was getting his ass kicked by Zach Parker till the hand injury. Yep. Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, he's a good, like, he's a good guy. I have some sympathy for him because I'm a blue collar kind of kid. And I'm sure many of you are as well. But like, you sympathize with someone that you understand, like, this is their fucking dream. Like, they want to be successful. They just don't have the tools in their basket to be that successful. Sadly. And they never will. They never will. John Ryder will be, yes, a Rocky-esque kind of person forever. So. Lost to Danny Jacobs and got a gift decision because they're running out of opponents on the zone for Canelo to face. Dude. Danny Jacobs. Can I just talk about Danny Jacobs for like 20 minutes? Holy cow. This guy is... Danny Jacobs, one of those guys that, like, you just want to root for every single time, man. Him versus Ryder was very close, I thought. But regardless, I never get tired of the Amir Khan going to sleep highlight. Dude, it's one of my favorites. I also have a TikTok video of me doing like what your favorite fighter says about you. And I did Garcia, I did Derek Chisora, I did like Deontay Wilder. John Ryder is a low tier class A level fighter. Yep. He's basically a gatekeeper. He's a gatekeeper at this point. To your point, Dana. Like, he's never gonna be that guy. But he's always gonna fight that guy. He's always gonna fight that guy that's a real problem. That has that extra grit. That's so strong. That's so problematic for that weight class. And John Ryder's like, oh, who am I fighting? Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, no. What's the contract? How much? Oh, yeah. No, cool. No. I don't care about all the like rematch clause, all that other bullshit. Yeah, no. What? When do I have to show up? Oh, I have to show up that day. Okay, cool. Yeah, no. When do I make weight? When do I make weight? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no. So I'll show up, I'll make weight, and we'll fight the next day. No problem. Yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, great. See you later. That's John Ryder. No problem. It's all good. I will be that guy. Yeah, he's kind of like a Gabe, and he's kind of like Gabe Rosado. He's a Gabe Rosado. He's a British Gabe Rosado. Yes, very much so. Imagine Ryder sleep. Dude, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 407. Dude, he heard Canelo and contract and like literally got so hard. He got harder than a diamond in a fucking snowstorm when he heard Canelo contract. Oh yeah, send that along. Send that stuff right now. How much? Yeah. How much do I have to get knocked out? Yeah. Do it. Send it. We're going. It's all good. Oh, I have to fight in Mexico? Wait. I have to fight in Mexico at Canelo's home state area. I have to fight in where Canelo grew up. Let me think about this. This is tough. That's really scary to think about that. I mean, what are the judges gonna be like? Oh wait, how much? Wait, how much are you gonna offer me? Oh, yeah, no, send that along. I'll sign that like right now. That's fine. That's totally fine. Wait, it's gonna be in Mexico. I have to deal with Canelo's fucking judges. Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't care. Yeah, I'll sign right away. Yeah. Wait, you don't have a pen? You have a pencil? Give me a pen. Yeah, I want to make sure this is permanent. I don't give a shit. Yeah, we're gonna sign this shit away right away. No attorney necessary. I'm signing. Yeah. Canelo's gonna fucking destroy him in his own hometown. There's zero chance that the fucking judges care at all about John Ryder. John Ryder is already down 6 rounds. Canelo's already up 6 rounds right now. Easy. Canelo already has 6 rounds already in the bank. He hasn't thrown a single punch. It's already in the bank. Easy. John Ryder has a better chance of being coronated today as the King of England. Coronated today as the King of England than he does have beating Canelo Álvarez. Literally, he's British, so yeah, he might be a part of the coronation. He might actually be like Don King. Like, yep, you're way more likely to be king of your entire nation than to beat Canelo Álvarez on Cinco de Mayo weekend in fucking Mexico. Look at this shit. Zero chance. Zero chance. I would bet my entire fucking house that John Ryder doesn't even have a chance of getting 2 rounds in this entire fucking fight from the judges. I will bet right now, I'll bet right now, I will bet 10 subs that John Ryder doesn't even get 2 rounds. 2 rounds. I don't care how it ends. I don't care how it is. 2 rounds. If John Ryder gets 2 rounds given to him, I will donate 10 subs to this channel right now. That's how much I will gift 10 subs to this channel. I do not think John Ryder will get 2 rounds from these judges. Caleb, you will absolutely get subbed. It's fucking Cinco de Mayo in Mexico with Canelo. I'm being generous with saying 2 rounds. Like, I'm being super generous with that. There's no way. Oh, let's see these judges right now. We have someone from Canada, Puerto Rico, and the USA. What I hear is Mexico, Mexico, Mexico. Are you team chick holding Mexican flags or team chick holding Ukraine flags? Tinfoil bucket hat. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. And as well as the bits. I am team holding Mexican flag hat. Dude, look at that fucking sombrero. The sombrero of the chick holding the Mexican flag. Top notch. Chef kiss. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. You can't deny that. Do you agree that White and Chisora had a better chance beating Fury than Ryder does beating Canelo? Yes. Yes, I do agree with that. So, oh man. You know, sometimes, just sometimes, I don't feel like sending links to everyone when it comes to showing them the fight, but I will. Here we go. Guys, by the way, can I just say this? I really appreciate the fact that you guys have put up with me doing Twitch ads and everything else. I know. I haven't done Twitch ads before. I haven't done this kind of stuff before. It's new, and I only do it because it's really tiresome and it's really hard to deal with a lot of people coming in, being very bossy, asking for fights all the time. But I do appreciate you guys. It's so awesome to be able to hang out with you guys. And I've done this for so long. To have the amount of individuals that are just here to hang out and watch fights together is mind-blowing. It's absolutely mind-blowing. It's so much fun. I would not enjoy boxing or what we do if we didn't do this together. It's so awesome, man. So I appreciate it. I'm sorry that there's ads now occasionally when I have to take a break. By the way, if I had a bathroom downstairs in this new house, it'd be a lot quicker, but it's not. I have to go way upstairs. Oh yes, we'll definitely be streaming during Haney versus Loma. Absolutely. My favorite fighters, absolutely. My favorite weight class. So thank you guys so much. And enjoy the fight. If you need a link, please let me know. DM me if you need a link. We'll make sure that happens. Because we're at that point now, boys. We're at that point. You need one? I already sent one to you, bro. I literally DM'd you. Canelo without beard looks wrong. Yeah, he looks way younger, huh? Okay, boys, you ready? By the way, we got a buddy who's in chat who's been doing amazing content on YouTube. Like, incredible content on YouTube. Guys, I'm gonna throw it in there a couple times tonight. Go show him some love. His content is top-notch. Top-notch content on YouTube, especially if you like gaming. So, here we go. First round, Canelo, man. Very high guard on Canelo. Very high guard. John Ryder on the back foot. I expected John Ryder to be on the back foot. Let's see how he does. John Ryder trying to be a little bit aggressive. Canelo with a nice body shot right there. Yeah. Yeah. British boxing hates Canelo. Hates Canelo. Yet again, good body shot from Canelo right now. Round one. John Ryder trying to mix it up. All gloves, but still a lot of passion from John Ryder. Canelo, yet again, good body shot. Round one. Low. Ryder trying to mix it up. Good little body shot. Good little work from John Ryder here. Problem is, he's going to let up. Yep. Canelo's not phased. I love the work rate, though, from John Ryder. I appreciate that, man. Yep. John Ryder, right here, just doing work. One Big Tam, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Canelo, nice body shot. Another good body shot from Canelo. Canelo with a nice jab, but John Ryder so far hanging in there, trying to deal with it all. I mean, this first round's gonna go to Canelo, but John Ryder, no pushover, wants to mix it up. I appreciate that. Look, Ryder, if you're being very objective, could have taken that round, but that will never, ever, 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 ever happen on the scorecards. Not a bad round for Canelo, but Ryder absolutely tried to be in there and try to mix it up. If I had to give it to someone, I would probably give it to maybe John Ryder, but Canelo's easily going to win on the cards. Like, realistically. Even if we do 1-0 Ryder, it doesn't matter. Canelo's going to take that round easily on the judges. It's just too close. And look, if you're going to beat a champion, you can't allow close rounds like that. You can't allow a champion to make a round as close as that was. Sadly, because I think Ryder could have taken that round. I would have given that probably to Ryder, but Canelo's going to get it from the judge's standpoint. Because Canelo did okay and Ryder did okay, but no one impressed. Here we go, round 2 so far. Canelo's winning this round. Front foot, nice body work. Ryder right now trying to download, trying to figure out how to. Canelo is destroying his body. Yep. Canelo is the best version of Canelo. Translate, cuz Canelo's in Mexican. Yep. Pretty much. Hey, pretty much. Look, the big deal is here, especially Canelo has learned headhunting is not going to work for him. He was very big on headhunting Bivol. I don't think he's going to make that same mistake against Ryder. Because look, Ryder's not that agile. He's not that elusive. He's not that crazy when it comes to defense. If you slow him down from body work, he becomes extremely stationary. Easy work. Easy work. Come later rounds. I do like the way Ryder's trying to fight back. It's just not enough. Little body shot right there from Ryder. Problem is, Canelo just hit him right there for a body shot. 1 for 1. Yet again, another shot from Canelo. Canelo just happens to throw more quality punches than Ryder. It's not a ton so far, but it's just enough. It's like 15 to 20% of quality punches from Canelo compared to Ryder. So they're just enough that Ryder just can't claim these rounds right now. He just can't. There we go. Another body shot from Canelo. It's just enough work from Canelo that Ryder can't claim the round. Here's the thing. Here's the big thing. If you're Canelo, right, you are fighting the fight that you want to fight. What do I mean by that? It means you're at a pace and you're at level that you're very comfortable with. There's no opposition right now if you're John Ryder going against Canelo. You're not pressing him. You're not trying to do new stuff. You're fighting a very easy fight for Canelo. Why? Because Canelo can go back to his corner and talk about, oh, just add in this. Add in a lead jab, double it up, and you'll catch him coming in. Very simple things. That's a fucking problem. John Ryder allows that to happen because he doesn't want to press the situation. He wants to continue to be someone that allows these issues to happen in his fights where I'm going to try to be aggressive, but it's not effective. Look at Canelo compared to John Ryder. Canelo has thrown 4 punches compared to John Ryder throwing 8 punches. The amount of damage, though, from Canelo compared to John Ryder is huge. Perspective-wise, Canelo looks 100% in charge. John Ryder's not throwing no punches. He's throwing a bunch. They're just useless punches, though. Useless punches. Rigo, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Ryder trying to be clever, trying to push it. Yeah, he's leaking. Oh boy. Yeah. Ryder's bleeding pretty heavily right now. Man. Even worse situation. John Ryder trying to be active, trying to make things interesting. I appreciate that. I like that John Ryder wants to mix it up. Dude, he's taken a lot of shots most guys would not tolerate. Let's not forget, Rocky Fielding did not tolerate these kind of body shots. That said, John Ryder, he's fading, man. He's fading. Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, I gave John Ryder the eighth round. It might not be that. Oh my God, he's bleeding. I thought Canelo might not be able to finish John Ryder in 8 rounds. He's destroying John Ryder. Like, there's minor moments that they're showing right now. These punches from John Ryder are not only muted, they are very small and simple. Dino, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Canelo's just destroying him right now. Just destroying him right now. It's negative 4,000 in percentage for Canelo Alvarez. That should tell you basically everything. Oh man. Ryder taking punishment. Yep. Ryder coming through. Yeah. Yep. He's trying, man. The kid's not gonna stop. You can't beat John Ryder by just making him quit. He's gonna come through. He's gonna try. He's gonna be someone that you have to do some serious work to. But he's not that complex. Ryder's trying to make it nasty, but he's getting hit. These little punches, these short punches from Canelo, I know it doesn't look like much, but they hurt. but they really hurt. They are not fun. Canelo can, in fact, Canelo can just shell up. You're not showing enough. You're not doing anything complex enough. If it's a question of work ethic, John Ryder is right there. In terms of quality, not so much. Oh man, those body shots. It looks like Canelo might be bleeding from the nose. Think he will finish Ryder in the next round. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that, by the way. Maybe not next round. I'm gonna give Ryder 2 more rounds. 2 more. 6th round, maybe. Man, I can't believe Ryder's taken this kind of punishment so far. It's pretty rough. Pretty rough. Oh boy. How do you have it, boys? I mean, Canelo is taking some shots. I will say John Ryder's not going in there and allowing him to just get bulldozed by Canelo, but Canelo's easily winning. Yeah. Those body shots are pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. Ugh. Okay, boys. So, look, this is the deal. John Ryder is in there and he's trying. He's trying. I said this before stream. I appreciate the work ethic of John Ryder, but the talent is not there. Yeah, I agree. Ryder's tough, so this might get messy. Absolutely, it could get messy. Ryder's not gonna go into that sunset, riding into that sunset without absolutely trying to do something. The problem is John Ryder will not break from what he is. And that's a pretty simplistic way of fighting. Would he beat someone like myself, a basic? Yes, absolutely, dude. He would crush me. But he's someone that doesn't have the complexity to fight at that top level. If you're Ryder, you just go at him at this point. Dude, absolutely. Give it everything you have. Because look, you're not going to get this opportunity again. You're not going to fight someone at this level ever again. Go for it. Throw everything in the kitchen sink at him. I get it. Totally get it. I If you're right, oh! Oh! That was a huge shot. 8. Ryder's gonna get up. Give the kid some credit. Holy shit. Damn. God damn. Ryder's a tough SOB, man. I would have probably stayed down. You know Canelo's jacked up right now. He wants to finish this fight. He's trying to fight back. Yeah, that could have been a straight. I don't know if that was a straight right hand from Canelo. It looked like one. It looked like straight down the middle. Especially because Ryder's a left-hander. He's a southpaw. Straight right hand is the southpaw killer. So it looked like a straight right hand. I could be wrong, though. Holy smokes. Ryder, though, just fighting on instinct right now. Canelo, very much planning on what he wants to do. He knows he can't knock out Ryder right this second. He will take it off and go to the next round. Wow. Wow. Let's see that fucking replay. Boys, by the way, I appreciate you guys being here. We'll be live going forward with all big fights. I love having you guys here. My God. Canelo hit him with a serious right hand. Let's see it. Right here. Yeah, straight right hand. Oh boy. Boom, 1-2. Simple 1-2. Huh. I wonder if Ryder's nose is broken. I wonder if John Ryder's nose is broken. Because that kind of looked to me like not only did you get hit, but you felt that pain. That didn't look like a pure knockdown kind of punch. That looked like a I hurt you kind of punch. I'm wondering if John Ryder has a very broken nose right now from Canelo. I love the work ethic. Love the work ethic from John, but they're going to let him fight, yeah. Oh, good body shot from Canelo. Another simple 1-2. Do you see a corner or doctor stoppage coming? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Because there's one factor with John Ryder that I don't like, and that is he won't ever stop. He needs someone to stop him. And that means a ref. Oh, big shots from Canelo. He won't quit. Give the guy credit. He has a warrior spirit, but that's the problem. He's not skilled enough to have this kind of level of confidence in himself. Or I should say, this level of I won't quit level. 69, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Man, I'm going to just send you a link right now. Oh, I've sent you links. I've sent you links on how to watch this stuff before, apparently, 69. Send you another one. There you go. Go check your whispers. Problem with John Ryder is that he has a no quit kind of mentality. But he's just gonna get himself into trouble. Like, if you're his corner, you have to look after him. Canelo. Landing some good shots. Not a good round if you're a John Ryder fan. Not a good round for John Ryder. Katie Taylor, let's see how she does, but holy shit. Oh, is that a tiny ring? Good question. So, they actually talked about this in the pre-fight. Captain, you're very observant. They talked about the ring size before the fight, actually. And that they're doing it in I think it's 20 by 20 or something, or 18 by 18. It's a small ring. They talked about that. So, great observation, by the way. They talked about how Canelo was not concerned about that. So, good call. Good call. Canelo on the front foot, putting a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. John Ryder eating some shots. Nice uppercut by Ryder. Yeah. Ryder is landing some good shots. Good little body work right there from Ryder. Ryder technically went down one time already, TR. Round 5, he went down. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it, by the way, TR. So round 5, Ryder went down. He's able to stick in here. We're in round 7 right now. Oh, man. Canelo having to do some serious work, man. Canelo's bleeding right now. No problem, man. Yeah. By the way, TR, go check your whispers. I got you, man. Wait, hold on. TR, go check your whispers. I got you, man. Dude, Ryder is bleeding like crazy right now. But so is Canelo. Canelo's bleeding pretty well right now. Ryder's a tough SOB, man. He does not want to go down. Those single jabs from Canelo, very well done. But Ryder just wants to just scrap, dude. Nice shot to the body. It seems like, and this is maybe me, seems like Canelo's slowing down a little bit. Yeah, both their nose have been caught. Yep. Jab, jab, snap. The right. The right immediately after. Is it just me, or does Canelo seem a little bit slow? Canelo's looking a little little bit more gassed than I expected. I mean, John Ryder, I said it before the stream, I'll say it right now. He's a no joke. I want to like absolutely scrap blue collar kind of fighter, man. You can't take him like for nothing. He's a guy that wants to fight. And I'm sure he took this fight very serious when it came to training. I can't believe it's 8th round right now. I think my prediction was 8th round or under, but I could be wrong. Didn't think it would go into the 8th. Yeah. Most people didn't. I knew John Ryder was a very tough kind of fighter, but holy hell, he's redefined that level of toughness. Oh, good body shot from Canelo. Oh, Ryder looks hurt. This guy, man, holy hell, he's taking a beating. Canelo trying to go in there and just end this fight. Look, if Canelo does not stop John Ryder, there's no fucking way in hell I think he should fight Bivol. No way should Canelo fight Bivol if he can't beat John Ryder. Ryder needs to close the distance more. Yep. If Canelo lands a hard body shot, this fight is over. I hope so. He's doing good inside. Yep, he is. I don't think he should fight Bivol ever again. Yeah. It's giving that vibe, huh? Seriously. John Ryder is giving you a fair fight, and it's round 8. You're not ready for light heavyweight. You're not ready for Bivol, Beterbiev, anyone at light heavyweight. Can we talk about the fact that Canelo versus Beterbiev would be a bloodbath? Bivol would be a bloodbath for Canelo right now, based on the way he's boxing. Now, yep, can Benavidez beat Bivol? Oh boy. A good Benavidez beats a okay Bivol. All day, John Ryder goes down! And he gets saved by the bell. Holy shit. Trip, yep. So look, a good Bivol gets beat by a great Benavidez. A okay Benavidez gets beat by a good Bivol. Depends who shows up and how they show up. Oh boy. Oh, that Canelo looking like Rocky Balboa. This really going 12 rounds? It could. Which I did not anticipate that. Listen to the DAZN commentary. It's fucking trash. It's the worst commentary in all of boxing. DAZN is absolutely trash. With commentary. You like my take on Benavidez versus Bivol? Definitely watch that fight. Absolutely. I mean, you have to. G-Fig, you have to watch that fight. Because it's really who shows up and how they show up. Richard Craig Bivol gets fucking destroyed by Plant Benavidez. Let's put it that way. Right? Plant Benavidez beats Richard Craig version of Bivol. All day, every day, twice on Sunday. Canelo Bivol beats any version of Benavidez possibly. If he fights at that level, can he fight at that level? Can we see him do that multiple times? I don't know. I don't know. Bivol has not been consistent, man. Yeah, Canelo's looking gassed. Canelo's looking gassed. And on top of that, he's in front of a fucking workhorse that is John Ryder, which is not good. Granted, he's beating down a workhorse that is John Ryder. He's doing very well right now. But look, is John Ryder gonna steal round 10, 11? Possibly. He's got to get on that giddy up a little bit. Not enough steam right now, but he could. Now we're in Mexico. Probably not going to happen. Oh, John Ryder landing a good shot. Oh, John Ryder landing a great shot. Now he just got wobbled. He just got wobbled by Canelo. Both boys trading shots. Canelo feeling it. He wants that stoppage. Canelo wants to absolutely stop John Ryder. John Ryder saying, no, fucking bring it, bro. Let's go. Let's fight. John Ryder's got that fucking dog in him, bro. John Ryder has that dog in him. Holy hell. Look. Before this fight, I talked about John Ryder being a guy that's very game. But I didn't think he was this game. John Ryder has that fucking dog in him. Wow. Blue collar fighter. Yeah. Gonna go to war kind of guy. Holy hell. I am shocked right now. John Ryder is doing this well. Would you give Ryder that round? You fucking better believe it. Credit where credit's due. John Ryder just brought it to the undisputed champion. Yeah. Gabe Rosado of the division. Yeah, I mean, he's very much on that level of Gabe Rosado. But at the same time, he's like almost above that. He is game. He wants to fuck around and find out right now. Put this in perspective, dude. You're in Canelo's hometown. You're in fucking Mexico on Cinco de Mayo weekend, and you're like, let's go. Let's go. Get the party hats out. Get the piñatas. Let's get the margaritas and the salt and everything. Let's fucking go. John Ryder right now. Holy shit, man. Taking no prisoners. Wow. Yeah. Laying it all out. He has nothing to lose. John Ryder knows he has nothing to lose. Oh, yeah. He's definitely earning some respect from the crowd, especially the drunk crowd. Yeah. Canelo pissed as hell. He wants that KO. Absolutely he does. Bro, you guys having a good time? Because this is fucking fun. This is what boxing's all about. God damn. John Ryder outworking Canelo in round 10. Doing good work here. Let's go. Let's go. This fight went from 60 to a 90 real quick. Absolutely. I absolutely think John Ryder's going to steal this round. Absolutely think John Ryder's going to steal this round. Canelo's taking this round off so far. The work, the amount of work from fucking John Ryder right now. Wow. Don't listen to the zone commentary. It's fucking trash. It's absolute garbage. Dude, Canelo getting whipped right now. The fuck, yeah. Canelo absolutely having to put in that work. John Ryder's like, I'm here to absolutely take everything from you. In your hometown, in Mexico, on Cinco de Mayo weekend. The zone commentary on Canelo's meat. Yeah, absolutely. I almost mute it. My God. What a round. What a round. John Ryder coming in. Just trying to dominate. Not only Canelo Álvarez, but the face of the sport. My God. Beautiful work from John Ryder. These commentators suck. Yeah, they do, G-Fig. They're terrible. They're terrible. Dude, John Ryder showed up and was like, let's go. Let's go. Canelo is hurting right now. He's hurting right now. He knows. Canelo knows right this second. John Ryder is going to be in front of him for 6 minutes and will not quit. So I have to outwork John Ryder for 6 minutes, which doesn't sound like a long time, but if you've boxed before and your arms are that tired and you don't have any stamina left, it feels like fucking eternity. You feel like it will never end when your arms are that tired. I will never forget how that feels. It is a life-changing kind of experience. And you want to do everything in your power to stop this person punching you in the face, but when you're that tired, there's nothing you can do. John Ryder is there to win. He won't win. But he will tarnish Canelo Álvarez's resume. He will put a blemish on it. He will make sure that people remember his name. Indigo, I got you. Hold on. There you go. Go check your whispers, Indigo. We got you. John Ryder is here to win. Canelo is getting outworked right now. Outworked 100%. Pirate King, thanks for the follow. Ryder does not care, man. What was the deal? This is if Ryder wins, I have to give 10 subs. I can't even remember. 12 freaking rounds. I might have. Holy smokes. I can't believe this is going to go the distance. I can't. Dude. John Ryder is standing up right now. Canelo is on his stool. Caleb, no problem. Just between you and I appreciate your commentary and being a part of the community, man. Maybe Rich Boy didn't put the road work to fight at altitude. Must have thought they would stop him early and nearly did. Yeah. Canelo's gonna fight real hard this 12th round, but I don't know if that's enough. Holy smokes. John Ryder is here to scrap. John Ryder. Ryder not caring about anything in front of him or what he's getting hit with. Holy cow, man. Yeah. I would not put Canelo in with Bivol after this. Holy hell. This is terrible optics for Canelo. Terrible optics for Canelo. Dude, the commentary is criminally bad. Like, so bad. Dude. John Ryder just went 12 rounds. John Ryder, I'm sorry. Chris Mannix just gave Canelo a B-. Yeah. I'm gonna give you the honest answer. That's a D+. That's a D+ for Canelo. That's a D+. Yes, you knocked him down, but you could not finish him. John Ryder just went 12 rounds with Canelo. Couldn't finish it, that's an F. I'll give him a D+ purely based on the fact that he got a knockdown. Dude. John Ryder did amazing in this fight. Credit to Ryder plus Canelo. Not got cardio back yet. Yep. The cardio of Canelo absolutely failed. I said it before and I'll say it again. John Ryder is a blue collar fighter, man. Grab your lunch pail, go to work kind of guy. He will not quit. He will not stop. He is a guy that will absolutely be there from the first round to the last round. Tinfoil, thank you so much. Chris Maddox is the Ali Shabak of boxing commentary. Yes! Absolutely. Absolutely. Chris Maddox doesn't know shit. That's a great take. Thank you for the 10 bits. This fight low-key made me sad, not gonna lie. Shrek, I understand it. I get it. I understand the feeling. Thank you again, 10 bits from the tinfoil bucket. Like Shabak is the E-News guy. Oh my god. Tinfoiled bucket hat. Fantastic. That's awesome. Thank you for the 10 bits. AJ looks old. Canelo looks old. Triple G looks old. Okay. Triple G looks very old. Triple G looks like he should be applying for AARP. All right. AJ looks pretty old. Canelo is starting to look his age as well. Here we go. $120, $107. 118, 109. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? When it came to fighting in Mexico as Canelo Álvarez, I already said he won 6 rounds. Dude, 120, 107 is insane. That's a fucking dude. These cards. Dude, listen to them talking right now. Oh, it's just a 120, 107 card. That was the only problem. Are you fucking kidding me? That's insane. That's insane. He had 2 knockdowns. Yeah, I mean... that is wild, though. Dude, I do not, in any way, shape, or form, want to see Canelo go up in weight and fight. He will get destroyed by Bivol, I think. Like, holy hell. Dude, Canelo. Like, holy hell. Okay, so I'm a man of my word. I said if it went the distance, I would gift 10 subs. So I'm gonna do that. So, as promised, I can't control who gets a sub. I just randomly did it. So we'll see who gets it. But I promised that. So thank you guys so much for this. As promised though. Yeah. So, dude, crazy fight. I want to see what Canelo has to say about this shit, because you just lost, essentially. You won, but you lost. You know, like, dude, Makma, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. And the subscription. I appreciate that, man. It's wild that this went the distance. Eddie must be killing himself right now. Dude, Eddie must be absolutely livid for 2 reasons. Number 1, John Ryder didn't win. Number 2, John Ryder got very close. John Ryder got very close. Way too close for comfort. No, Carl, thank you so much for the, wave. I appreciate that. I expect more, to be honest. Yeah, I agree too. I agree with that. Sad to see your favorite fighters get old, but are human, right? I have some very strong opinions about that. My thoughts are this. Yes, but at the same time, Ryder's a tough mofo. Yes, he is. But at the same time, these fighters need to be mindful of what they're doing and who they're fighting. You need to be smart about it. I get it. People are very critical of Floyd Mayweather and his record, his resume when he fought people, but he was so smart about that. You keeps up fighting like that. He's definitely not beating Bivol. Fantastic point. Especially having home court advantage. Carl, 1,000% on that. 100% on that. Who do you think wins? Beterbiev or Bivol? Beterbiev. Beterbiev. Let's find out what everyone else thinks real quick. I think Beterbiev wins personally. But let's see what you guys think. Just because of the power and dealing with being cut that badly like he did against Brown. That's so hard. But Bivol's too big and strong stronger for Canelo. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I think Canelo just showed his ceiling. I think he just showed his ceiling possibly for 168. The way he beat Joe Smith though, yeah. Look, I've said this about Bivol multiple times. Bivol at his peak, Bivol as Canelo, when he fought Canelo the first time, top tier. Hard to beat. Bivol against Craig Richards, easy to beat. Depends who shows up. 50-50. This was a bad performance for Canelo. Bad performance for Canelo. Guys, look, we're going to be live for some more fights going forward. That said, I have a huge favor to ask. Huge favor. We're gonna raid one of the best streamers I've ever seen. He's one of the funniest guys. He's a stand-up comedian. He's unbelievable. Go show him some love and go tell him that you came from Glove Talk. We're gonna raid him right now. He's one of the best streamers I've seen. Super funny. Thank you guys for being here. Hopefully you guys had a good time. And we'll see you guys hopefully soon.